I want to take one more minute of courtesy to actually have you understand the power of what is happening here. And that power is really from the intellect and the creatives. I am being very serious when I say to you that we could not do the ZORA Festival. In fact, the ZORA Festival is not what it is, only what it is because of the power of the intellect and the creatives. And I'm not speaking now about anybody particular in Eatonville. I am talking about the ZORA National Planners, and I'm talking about the ZORA Academics Committee. I'm talking about the fact that the strong cohort, the thing that is the backbone of what we are doing here today, are the institutions of higher learning. The University of Central Florida is our foundational partner, from the president, the provost, and the dean of the College of Arts and Humanities. Each and every year for the past decade has come $37,500 in cash. That is important because the tourist development tax grant that we get is about matching funds, cash matching funds. Then you add on to that, and I'm taking this time because it's important that you really understand how this happens. All of this technology, this is an in-kind contribution from the University of Central Florida, right? And that support, because when it all gets down to the bottom line, you have to have the money. You must have the money to do what we are doing. But we couldn't get the money unless we had the power of the intellect. And that intellect is represented here today. And so I'm going to, even though you will be hearing from some of them, I'm going to ask all of them to stand. All of them who represent the intellect on behalf of ZORA Festival, please stand. All right. All of you. Yes, all of you. All of you. All of you. Yes, all of you. This is, all right. And then, before I bring my esteemed colleague forward, the last thing is, in terms of what does that mean, how do you quantify it? It means that when we submitted our Form 990 for 223, we had documented just shy of $500,000 in donated service. That's what that is. Now, having said that, I'm going to ask Dr. Scott French to come forward to represent the University of Central Florida. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Scott French. I'm the chair of the ZORA Festival Academics Committee and work with some amazing people who stood up just now, all of them. And I wanted to tell you how grateful we are to have the World Conference of Mayors and the Historic Black Towns and Settlements Alliance here with us for this opening day. It means so much, and the theme of our conference, this year's conference, is Reimagining Space and Place, Historic Black Communities Across the Diaspora. Yes. And the diaspora is represented here today in amazing fashion, and last year we had a talk on, my colleague Bruce Janz from the Center for Humanities and Digital Research talked about Africa and Afrofuturism. I'm going to just ask Bruce to stand up, and do you want to come up and just talk a little bit about our center, which is one of the key sponsors at UCF, the Center for Humanities and Digital Research. So, Bruce.
Great. Thank you so much. Good to see you, too.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. French. So I'm very pleased to be here to represent the Center for Humanities and Digital Research at UCF. We've been privileged to be partners and sponsors of the ZORA Festival for well, a decade at least, and it's just been a real joy to see it grow and to see the intellectual vitality that's happening. Over the last cycle of the last theme on Afrofuturism and the one that's coming up now on place and space. I have a special place in my heart for this theme. I have worked for 30 plus years on questions around place and space, and I work on questions around Africa. So this is in my wheelhouse. And so I'm very excited to see what's going to come out of this in this conference and in the ones to come. I will say this about the importance of place. In a moment in national history when there are a lot of things being said that are, I think of them as at 30,000 feet, about wokeness and about DEI and about this and about that, and they all float around here, very vague, used as cudgels and as weapons. Do you know what place does? It brings us back to our own experience, to our own meaning, to our own way of understanding what's really important in the world. And I have seen in my work in South Africa, in Kenya, in other places, how the people who held fast to who they were in their place, to the questions that mattered to them, and the questions that were important, were able to prevail in those kinds of times when those floating inchoate threats were floating around up here. So I am very excited by this theme because I think it's both very important for where we are, but also in this moment. I think it's very important as well. So welcome, thank you very much. We are privileged to be part of you. If you ever want to come to UCF and see us in the center, we're in Trevor Coburn Hall, room 325. We would be more than happy to continue a conversation with you. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Janz. I would be introducing our dean, my dean, Lyman Brodie. He can't be here right now. He will be joining us probably within a half an hour, so we'll introduce him when he arrives. But he's been vital to this project. He has committed time, funding, moral support. He is very supportive of everything we have been doing here, all through the 5-year Afrofuturism cycle, curated brilliantly by my colleague, Dr. Julian Chambliss, at the back of the room. Julian will be here on a panel this afternoon, so you'll get to hear from him a little bit later. But I just wanted to sort of put the conference in context briefly. This year marks the 36th annual ZORA Festival and the start of a new 5-year thematic cycle devoted to an exploration of place and placemaking. And our conference program aligns with Eatonville's recent designation by the National Trust for Historic Preservation as one of America's 11 most endangered historic places. So our 3-day conference, this is day 2, will explore the complex challenges facing Eatonville and other historic Black communities from a range of scholarly perspectives, with sessions designed to maximize community conversation and public participation. And you can find the full schedule on zorafestival.org. And you can ask us as well. We're happy to share with you the program for today. I want to give a shout out to Florida Humanities. Funding for today's program was provided through a grant from Florida Humanities with funds from the National Endowment for the Humanities. And just to add the disclaimer that any views, findings, conclusions, or recommendations expressed in this program do not necessarily represent those of Florida Humanities or the National Endowment for Humanities. But they are very supportive and have been for 2 years now. We've had Florida Humanities grants, and that has greatly enriched what we're able to do. I want to just also give a shout out to the Academics Committee. We work year-round to put this program together. Several of my colleagues on the committee are here. Anna Lilios in the back. I see Walter Grayson. Trent Tomengo is here. I'm missing somebody, I'm sure. Who else am I seeing here? Well, if I missed you, I'll get you later. With that, I'm going to ask Dr. Nathiri to step back up to introduce our speaker to give our welcome address. Thank you.
Pamela McCauley, Ph.D., CPE, is a nationally and internationally recognized expert in ergonomics, biomechanics, high-consequence disaster management, fuzzy set theory, and engineering leadership research. She is currently Dean of the School of Engineering at Widener University and previously served as Associate Dean in the Wilson College of Textiles at North Carolina State University and Professor of Engineering at the University of Central Florida. She is a former program director at National Science Foundation, former Martin Luther King Jr. visiting professor of aeronautics and astronautics at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Jefferson Science Fellow at the U.S. Department of State, and ASEE Faculty Fellow with Kennedy Space Center. As I bring Dean McCauley forward, it was probably about in 1994, so I can't remember how many decades ago, when she was at the University of Central Florida. She and a colleague approached us about what we needed to do to plan for ZORA Festival as a structure, as a functioning structure. And so they brought students, what they call senior project students, who worked with us for 3 years. So I know Dean McCauley from that perspective, that relationship, which is decades long. I'm going to turn now to the technology people to make sure that we have her, have access to her. And there she is.
Good morning. Good morning. It's such a joy to see you all. And thank you, Dr. Nathiri. I'm absolutely delighted to be here. And this is such an important event. And so I wanted just to give a few welcome remarks and also share a bit about where I am today and why I think this is so important. And then, of course, the way forward. It's so important to me that we use our time together to be thoughtful and plan and make sure that great things come out of our time together here. So I have prepared a few slides, and if you could go to the next slide, please. Again, I just want to talk about why I'm here. And Ms. Nathiri mentioned 1994. I have been a part of the ZORA experience for over 3 decades. And I'm so excited to see how it continues to evolve and grow and impact not just the US, but on a global level. And so again, this collaborative conference is so important. Shout out to UCF, where I spent 27 years as a faculty member, for your commitment to this very impactful, globally impactful effort. And so I'm delighted, Dr. French, to be working with you and your colleagues and to see that you all are still very involved in this. So on to the next slide. As Dr. Nathiri mentioned, I am now Dean of Engineering at Widener University. And so now Widener is also very excited about the ZORA Hurston Festival and this collaborative conference. And it does my heart good, and my intellectual energies are just thrilled to see so many amazing scholars coming together like this, the different voices, esteemed speakers, also politicians and leaders, to really understand how do we use what we know and what we know works to be most impactful, to make the most difference, not just today, but in the future, the things that we see coming. And shout out again to UCF. I'm happy to hear the comments about us recognizing a lot of this unfortunate language against DEI and wokeness, and not stepping up and saying something. And my mom always had a saying, somebody ought to say something. Well, we're saying it. We are saying it. And I, again, am so delighted to be a part of this group that is saying something that's impactful, and not just saying it. Then we ought to do something. That was my dad. Say it, and then let's get it done. So next slide, please. So as I got to talk a little bit about my Widener School of Engineering, and next slide, please. So we have 6 engineering majors, and I want to say we are aggressively recruiting international students. So I would be more than delighted to welcome any of you to visit Widener University. We're in Chester, Pennsylvania, right outside of the Philadelphia area. Widener is a small school. We are very focused on caring for our students. Again, 6 engineering majors: biomedical, electrical, chemical, mechanical, civil, and robotics engineering. 95% of our students have a job within their field within the 6 months of graduation. We also have a very robust internship and co-op program, and so have made strides so that our international students also have an opportunity to work and get that real world experience. So next slide, please. I'm excited about a construction management program that we're starting here at Widener University. And I think this is highly relevant to this group because we know that there will be a lot of new construction taking place, not just in the US, but on a global level, and also in many African nations. And having the expertise to successfully supervise these kinds of projects is something that we have seen is a real growth opportunity in the career space. And so we're excited about this program that we've just launched. And again, welcome an opportunity to have you on our campus or have a Zoom meeting with you and share with you the things that we're doing in this space. Next slide, please. So wonderful things really are happening at Widener. If you can go to the next slide, please. So we are, and I say this respectfully, I have been a part of 4 institutions: the wonderful University of Central Florida. I served as a visiting faculty member at MIT. And then, of course, I was the associate dean at North Carolina State University. And I can say this: I have loved all of those institutions, but I have never been a part of an institution that spends as much time focused on student success as Widener University. I say if my daughter is now finishing her doctorate degree at Rollins College in business, but if I had a child starting to school today, I would put them at Widener University. We have the living and learning communities where students live on campus with students in their similar majors, but we also have a personal student success team, a team of people, an advisor, a person in the Office of Student Success, and an academic person to work with each student to address their needs and make sure not just academically, but that they're settling in and that they are making good connections and that they are having that sense of belonging. And kudos to our president, Dr. Stacey Robertson, for her commitment to making sure that belonging maintains one of the key pillars of Widener University. So we want all of our students to feel like Widener is where they belong. So again, I welcome an opportunity to invite you, your community, other students to come and take a look at Widener. So next slide, please. And I am here today because, as I mentioned, this matters so much to me. International collaborations are essential for success in science, technology, engineering, and math. Dr. Nathiri mentioned that I was with the U.S. Department of State. I spent a year as a Jefferson Science Fellow with U.S. Department of State, and I have never been more aware of the impact of my engineering knowledge than when in that role. And they invited me there because as an industrial engineer and a person with ergonomics expertise, and experience in innovation, they wanted me to help understand how to introduce innovation into the HIV and AIDS healthcare service delivery process in developing nations, and particularly in African nations. So I spent some time in Malawi. That year, I traveled into a few other countries and really trying to understand where can we see the greatest gains with engineering innovations in this space. And it was so powerful. And so I recognize that we have to work together. And I teach my faculty and my mentees, the students, I don't have an opportunity to teach it as dean, but talk to them about the importance of us having a global perspective. It is necessary. We shouldn't be doing anything with just our nation or people around us in mind. We have to have global solutions. And so that's why I'm delighted to welcome you here and let you know that we are very serious, very intentional about our time together. And so now I want to talk about a few programs that are available from a federal standpoint. And then there's also, I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about the World Bank, but the United Nations actually has funds, as I'm sure you may be aware. I've received funding as a faculty member to do research that was funded by the World Bank. So there are opportunities for us to secure funding, as thoughtful and collaborative and focused research teams to address many of these challenges that we see. So next slide, please. So again, there are many innovative collaborative opportunities that are available to us. And this is from as education standpoint, also from an innovation standpoint, looking at entrepreneurial partnerships, And then, of course, educational partnerships. So next slide, please. So the U.S.-Africa collaboration, this is an initiative that's being done with the national academies. And it looks at U.S. and African nations from a STEM standpoint, looking at the UN SDGs and addressing these challenges such as population growth and expanding access to innovation, and also broadening our global perspective. Next slide, please. Now, from a population growth standpoint, I think we're all quite aware of this, that we're expecting tremendous growth in population over the next 25 years. And so while this presents wonderful opportunities, it also presents challenges. But I love taking a challenge and turning it into an opportunity. And that's what these kinds of groups coming together can do. So this rapid population and growth that we're expecting obviously can have consequences like food insecurity, demands, urbanization, healthcare challenges. But these collaborative efforts, when we do these things together and do them well, can position us to be out in front of these challenges and create those opportunities. Next slide, please. And so I say we have a shared global responsibility to make sure that we do this. And so, and these shared global responsibilities are not just about addressing the challenges and being good citizens. It's also about economic opportunities. So there are economic benefits associated with us getting out in front of this. Next, please. Next slide, please. So we want to bridge this innovation gap and have a mutual knowledge exchange. I am always looking, again, for good collaborators. And so I mentioned we're looking for international partnerships, and we're aggressively recruiting international students. I have a good friend who's serves on my industry advisory board at the Widener University, and she's a researcher and also owns a construction company that's building a hotel in Ghana. And so I am planning to travel to Ghana and meet with the universities there, again, looking for those good educational partnerships that can foster relationships that lead to innovation, educational experiences, and just bringing our collective brilliance together to solve these problems. So this is inclusive development. So these are partnerships that are focused on STEM, humanitarian needs, also the arts, and helping to reduce some of these systemic inequities that we know exist on a global level. Next slide, please. So fostering this global perspective and partnerships, we got a shared prosperity in a globalized world. Again, the economic opportunities and geopolitical stability, partnerships, and I shared a little bit of this in the previous slide from an economic opportunity standpoint, but these partnerships also contribute to political stability and peace. And we have seen that. And of course, my time with the US Department of State, I learned even more about this. So again, there are many reasons for us to be focused on strong partnerships and continuing to grow and develop these relationships that we're developing here. Next slide, please. So I think most of us are familiar with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Well, when we look at the UN SDGs, and that was, again, a big part of the focus when I was there as a Jefferson Science Fellow, we know that STEM undergirds a lot of this, looking at, ending poverty, quality education, climate action. I mean, the minds and connections that we have in this room can specifically address these three and probably many of the other 17 SDGs. And so after I left the State Department, I went back and I gave a lecture to my engineering students. And this was a class of 200 senior level engineering students. And I talked to them about how the innovations that they can develop and some of the small changes that I made, how it positively impacted people's lives. And I had students crying. And one young man said, I finally know what I want to do with my engineering education. So this is real. We have some real opportunities here to make a difference in the lives of our friends, our families, our communities, but at a global level. And it just takes time, focus, and being willing to step out and make those connections and make it happen. So this is real. Next slide, please. So when we look at funding opportunities for some of these, because it does get to be about the money. Always tease, I said I had a good Baptist upbringing, but Baptists told me money was bad. My husband said, honey, don't say that. And I said, but the Baptist lied, money is not bad. We need money to make some of these things happen. And so these are just a few of the initiatives that have been put in place to support the kind of relationship development that I'm talking about here. And I'm going to talk just briefly a little bit about each of these. Next, please. So Prosper Africa, these are the participating agencies in the U.S. that are a part of Prosper Africa, from USAID all the way to SBA and so next slide, please. This actually was a 2019 initiative, and it was put in place to strengthen U.S.-Africa partnerships. And much to my surprise, this was done under the first Trump administration, so and was strongly supported by the Biden administration. So this is something that I expect will continue. And look at the impact and achievements of over 2,500 deals have been closed between U.S. and African nations, over 130 billion in exports and investments, and 49 countries have been involved. So this is about trade and investment, economic development, and innovation. So that's just one opportunity. Next, please. Next slide, please. Okay, and then of course there are DoD opportunities, because the DoD has a presence in Africa, and so there are opportunities to do research that can positively impact security, supporting international and interdisciplinary collaborations, and over about almost $3 billion in basic research investments for this effort right now. So next, please. Next slide, please. Okay, and then USAID, we missed one. That was the one previous slide was about the from the national academies. Okay, so National Academies of Medicine, Science, and Engineering. So there are collaborative efforts there to bring scholars together. And of course, yes, this is to bring leaders and scholars together, young scientists and engineers to work together and advancing their knowledge, as well as collaborating to solve key issues. And then of course, the next slide is USAID, which I think many of us are very familiar with, United States Agency for International Development, and their role in the international community. And of course, I work closely with folks at USAID while I was at the US Department of State as well. And we see that there are, these things are making a difference. For example, the Feed the Future Mali project, introducing new techniques and technologies to improve farming and productivity, and also enhance the quality of life for farmers. So we are seeing real impact and real achievements. And I think we're only at the beginning, folks. I think there's so much more that we can do together. Next slide, please. So NSF, Dr. Nathiri mentioned I was a program officer at the National Science Foundation, and that was a wonderful experience. I actually led the I-Corps, or which is called Innovation Corps, or I-Corps. And there are a number of programs at NSF, and particularly in the Office of International Science and Engineering, or OISC, where they are focused on specific international partnerships from a research standpoint and from an innovation standpoint. So again, looking for ways to fund the collaboration is something that I have been very intentional about, because I recognize it takes resources in order to make some of these things happen. Next, please. So a call to action. I'm fired up. I am fired up. I am so excited that I was able to be with you even though it's only via Zoom. And I really want us to establish formal connections. Let's follow up. Please feel free to reach out to me. My information is on this slide, but I'm easy to find. Widener University, and Dr. Nathiri also has my contact information, but I would love to have some follow-up conversations. Let's establish a plan. I want to challenge every person who's participating to come away with at least 2 solid connections that you will follow up with. And then let us know, follow through, and then stay the course, because these collaborations sometimes take time to develop, but stay the course, because there is definitely opportunity. There's definitely impact that can be had as a result of these collaborations. So next slide, please. So this is a win-win. We got this. I mean, we have this with the brilliant scholars, the decision makers, the leaders that we have in our midst. We really are poised to make such a difference in these collaborations and these win-win partnerships. So together, we really can build a future that is marked by shared prosperity and equity development, and really work on solving some of our global society's most pressing challenges, and do it together. Do it together, purposefully together, in a sustainable manner. So I am excited and delighted to be a part of this group, and look forward to continuing the conversations. And at this next slide, please, I would love to take any questions that you may have.
Okay, I have a mic. Who has a question?
My name is Dr. Gerald Higginbotham. I am with I'm a prime minister for the American slave nation. I represent the 21 million descendants of American slaves. And so I'm laser focused here on addressing the issue. We're still dealing with the after effect of American slavery here in the United States. How have your organization focused on the culture that's been hidden behind African American and Black? Because American slave culture, America bred here in the United States. Have your organization looked into that?
I can't say that my organization, Widener University, has looked into that. Now, what I can say is I have worked closely with individuals, including my husband and his production company, where we did a series of documentaries called We Kept America Great, where it looked historically at the contributions first of African Americans, but also other minorities and their contributions to building this country. And I think the book Slavery's Capitalism by a couple of Harvard scholars speaks specifically about how this country was essentially built on Black slavery. I mean, and the benefits of that. And so my organization specifically has not done anything to address that except from an awareness standpoint. I would love to see more done and love to have a conversation with others about that as well.
Well, what we like to do, because I as vice president of the American Slave Inc. 501c3, we've written 26 books on American slave history. We have recaptured the paper trail. We'd love to work with your organization. Thank you.
Sure. I look forward to it.
Excuse me.
Good afternoon. That was an outstanding presentation. My name is William McMurray. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. I'm on the board of the World Conference of Mayors, and I'm part of the RACIT program. Our purpose is to restore American culture, restore African culture in terms of our neighborhoods and getting our young people to not have a propensity for violence. And so we have a prevention and education program to try to restore order and not be so emotional and shoot people so fast. We want to deal with domestic violence. We want to deal with gun violence. And so we have a product that we provide as a storage system. So I would like to talk to you on several levels. It was an amazing presentation. What we would like to do, I'm in Michigan, so I can drive to Pennsylvania. That's not a problem.
Okay. Outstanding.
Basically, the product is the rack. And so I'm going to talk to the gentleman that gave me the microphone. He's going to give me your information.
Excellent. Because if you have a product, then I mean, I would look at finding funding to further develop and grow that product. As I mentioned, I was an NSF I-Corps program director, and so we were always looking for innovations that were impactful. And so I would be more than happy to talk with you about that.
Well, thank you so much. I look forward to it.
Good morning. Your presentation was great, and glad to have you give that information. My name is Dr. Stafford Sutton, and I am a board member for the National Policy Alliance. And one thing that I know that we need is we would like to do more business in Africa. I believe that the connection between the African Americans here that are business owners, they want to do more business in Africa. So is there a think tank or any type of template that we can actually help put together that will help the students along with business people to do business in Africa?
I don't know if there is a specific think tank. I have a very good friend, and the gentleman from Detroit may know her, Sharon Madison out of Detroit. And she is an engineer and architect, and she and I have talked about this. So there are definitely some Black think tanks. In terms of specifically focusing on this, I can't say that there is one, but I think there's a huge opportunity and interest in doing something like this. So, and that's why, but Prosper Africa, the 2019 initiative that I mentioned.
Africa, that's what I wanted you to say.
Yes, Prosper, yep. So let's
tell it once again, tell them about Prosper Africa.
Prosper Africa is the 2019 initiative that was started, and has about 14 U.S. agencies that are part of it. And the purpose is to enhance investment in Africa and business opportunities. And so I think we ought to have a whole, and going to use this real intelligent term, a whole gaggle of Black business owners that are involved in this and leading the way in terms of these collaborations and doing business in Africa, because we know the opportunity is going to continue. So now making sure that it's sustainable, that the innovation, the connections, the relationships, the infrastructure is there so that they can benefit from these innovative collaborations are some of the things that will need to be done. So I would encourage a conversation with the Prosper Africa points of contact. And if you need some help in terms of trying to make some of those connections, I'm happy to do so. So that's on the one side, the Prosper Africa, an existing resource, but also looking at a think tank, Black think tanks. I mean, I think we should look at both, from an intellectual standpoint, and then have a thoughtful plan that is that connects these Black innovators and entrepreneurs to things like Prosper Africa, so they're positioned to go and pursue these opportunities.
Okay, and may I just add that tomorrow morning, that's when we're going to deal with it.
Okay.
Dr. Harris from the National Business League, we have an official collaboration MOU with Prosper Africa.
Outstanding, outstanding.
So first of all, I wanted to tell you, you're an unbelievable emotional speaker, and I would love, absolutely, you bring life to what you're talking about, and you're very motivational. So I'm Dr. Bernard Fialkoff. I'm the president of a nonprofit group called Time for Truth Foundation. And basically what I wanted to collaborate with you on is a lot of our youth are dying from drugs. That's happening a lot in Africa also. It's happening all over the world. And the other thing is famine, hunger. So there's a group we have that actually has advanced technology on agriculture to grow agriculturally stronger food, more nutritious food that grows in the sun and that actually utilizes the sun better like an athlete. And it's available. So one of the things I was just going to say is I look forward to speaking with you. Absolutely. And to get your contact information. I don't know if there's a slide that has your information or?
It is. I think my email and everything's on the very last slide.
On the last slide.
Free, yes, to the tech folks, feel free to share this presentation with anyone who would like it. And but I'm really easy to find. If it's just my PR McCauley at Widener.edu. So,
wonderful. And then what I wanted to say is I have a show that I do, a TV show. I'd love to have you on the show so we could put this out and to help this get, global, which it already is.
Be delighted to do so.
Okay. Good to meet you.
Thank you. Likewise.
Hello, ma'am. My name is Yves Bouele. I'm from Cameroon, but I live in Orlando right now. My organization is called African Heritage. And within the World Conference of Mayors, we focus on bringing the African community to be in the forefront of this global innovation of where we don't want to stay in the back, right? So
absolutely.
Just want to let you know that I walked in and your presentation fell on great ears. The question I want to find out is, currently we have a lot of African students who are having a hard time to find visas to come here. And something that caught my attention with Widener, hopefully, is that you're working with students. First of all, you welcome them, you're intentionally welcoming them, but also I think I heard that you're finding a way for them to innovate even over there. Is there a way, the money that you have today, can we open faculties in Africa wherever they are so they can continue to innovate, equip them with laboratories? Is there such a thing in your program? And that is something that I would like to develop. I'm going to finally say that I came here in this country to be an industrial engineer.
Really?
But Yes,
Outstanding.
but I couldn't find the faculty and the university. And if there was one, it was too expensive for me. I ended up being a computer engineer, right? So I could work in different industries. So I want to work with you to see how we can open opportunities for African students over there in the continent, or if they can come here, collaborate with other universities such as yours, so that we can
Sure.
keep that open. Thank you.
Absolutely. It's so nice to meet you. I'm glad to hear that you're there in Orlando, and I'm sorry you didn't realize your industrial engineering ambitions, but sounds like you're doing great with your computer engineering or computer science ambitions. So I want to address that in two parts. From a standpoint for collaborative opportunities between faculty, that definitely exists. And some of the things that some of the resources, the National Science Foundation, NSF, will fund opportunities for collaborations between African universities and professors and US universities. There is not as much funding for that under USAID and other places. So more from an intellectual and research standpoint, we would need to look at places like NSF. But happy to look at other foundations. From a student standpoint, as I mentioned, Widener University right now, I'm working closely with our international student office, and so we are working to identify students and universities that we can establish articulation agreements with and partnerships with for the students to come to Widener and study. I can't promise that we have funding for all of the students, but some of the things that we're looking at is writing proposals that would support our articulation agreements and provide support for this students to come and study and for international exchange. So we're in the process of writing proposals for that. We definitely welcome them, anyone who, and we have a really good legal team that helps with the visa issues to make sure that we're not making any mistakes, and things change annually. And so we look very closely at that so we can give good advice on that process. And again, we're also looking at ways to allow our international students to get work experience. And so that, again, there's a legal side of that when you're talking about international students, but those are all things that we are working on at Widener University. I'm happy to continue the conversation. Like I said, I can't promise that we have funds for students, but we are actually pursuing external funding opportunities to cover some of these types of expenses. So I look forward to chatting with you about that in the future.
Thank you, Dr. McCauley. Did I pronounce your name correctly?
Yes, you did. Thank you so much.
My name is Lolitha Ladina Saunders. I'm from the Bahamas, but I've been here and for a very long time. Not as long as my grandfather, who used to build walls in Miami from stone, and was actually one of he was a member of the Foreign Legion many, many years ago. And he inspired me to travel over. I always wanted to go overseas, anywhere far from my parents, to study. And my mother insisted that we learn French, so we had to do that through Berlitz, when none of this stuff nowadays existed, and actually on our own. But I eventually did go to a school in the country that colonized what used to be Zaire many, many years ago. All this was before, I think they used to use the telegraph then. Now there are cell phones and so on. But what I'd like to do is thank you, because this is such an inspiration. I am so glad that students, young people could really look forward to something wider than just their neighborhoods, and think on a global perspective, because that is what would give us. There's nothing like knowledge, and there's nothing like firsthand knowledge. So I would like to commend you for what you're doing for the people of the world. And I'm just, I'm just wanting to be like you.
Oh, that's so beautiful. Thank you so much. Such a pleasure to meet you. I've worked closely with collaborators in the Bahamas, research collaborators, because some of the research that I did was looking at the human side of disaster management. And so I work with the University in the Bahamas because we're studying how to have better innovations and interventions to address that. So thank you so much for your kind words. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. McCauley. And thank you
It's
all.
my pleasure.
We can make the slide available with the contact information again. We are now going to transition to our next speaker, our keynote speaker. But before we do, I'm going to introduce my dean, executive, associate dean, actually executive dean. I get your title wrong. He's just my dean. University of Central Florida, Lyman Brodie.
Welcome. How are you? Bless you. All right. Welcome you. Yeah. So anyway, thank you all so much for being here. I was standing back because I didn't know if they're going to blow up on me up here or not. Can you all hear me? Yes. All right. Terrific. Well, it's always interesting. I always tell people these titles that we give each other are so long, they're kind of embarrassing, you know? So basically, I work at the University of Central Florida. That's what I do. I work with Scott French a lot. You know, I work with Bruce Janz a lot. I work with Anna Lilios a lot. Now, Julian, I'm not too sure about. I tease him a lot as well. And of course, Walter and I talk all the time. And there's Trent there. So all of my friends are all here. So I'm here simply to welcome you all to Orlando, to Eatonville, on behalf of the University of Central Florida and our College of Arts and Humanities, and let you all know that haven't been here before, that we have actually been partners with this operation since the very beginning. So we just want to thank you all for being here. We thank you. I was standing in the back just listening to the conversation, and one of the things that the ZORA Festival and the whole operation and the meeting of the mayors and all of these things that go on here, these are great opportunities for collaboration.
Collaboration.
That's really what this is all about. Great opportunities for collaboration. You know, to see people in person, to have these kinds of interactions, and to see how you all can work together on different things. Because one of the things that I've noticed over at least my years of doing things is we tend to work so often in silos. You know, I hear this person's doing this work. Oh, gee whiz. And this person's doing that work. And they don't always know that these are collaborative opportunities where we can build on this great word called synergy. Yes. You know, and we can do more together than we could do apart. So take advantage of this opportunity to really, you know, work with each other even while you're here, making notes and doing those kinds of things, because you never know where these opportunities may lead. Okay? I mean, this is one 3-day event that happens as far as the academic piece of it and all of the different parts of the whole thing. When you look at this list, this is a lot of activity. There's a lot to pay attention to. You know, so really, you know, take heed to that, because these opportunities don't always happen in a sense of frequency. You know, so again, welcome to all of you all for being here. I want to thank all of those folks that are working with the academic committee and with the conference to make all of these things occur. There are all kinds of activities that happen during the ZORA year. So if you pay attention to those different events, there are more things that you can participate with and take part in. So I would encourage you to do that as well. And then once you all leave, make sure you stay in touch. Okay. It's very, very important to stay in touch, because when you go back to your own communities, sometimes you forget about what happened here. Okay? So pay attention to those things as well. I just would encourage you to do those kinds of activities. But on behalf of the University of Central Florida, the College of Arts and Humanities, my dean, Jeff Moore, you know, and all of my colleagues that I work with at the university, we welcome you here, and we thank you for taking part in this wonderful activity.
And on behalf of the World Conference of Mayors, we accept your invitation to collaborate.
All right.
We are joined together at the hip from this way forward.
All right. Thank you all so much.
All right. Did you need to want
Just
to say
one
a few
point of
words?
special
Yes.
privilege, she wanted to tell
Oh.
everyone where the facilities are.
Okay.
Who just
Yeah,
joined.
good morning again, everyone.
She's, okay,
Yeah,
introduce yourself with you.
yes, my name is Wanda Randolph. This is my church, I'm a member. Also, I am councilwoman, town of Eatonville. And I just want to make sure that everybody understands that it's very important when you're in leadership position, and this is my church, I want to make sure that my pastor is acknowledged to help to make this happen today, the reason why we're here. His name is Reverend Travis Kendrick. I want to make sure that everybody understands that. Also, I forgot to mention that the most important historic information designation for this church is the signing of the town charter happened right here in this church. By 27 men, enslaved men who came together to sign the charter for the town of Eatonville. And this is the reason why we stand strong today. It's because of those men who were thinking out the box and thinking about a future. And most of those people, or those men, very intelligently, were members of this church. And some of them are on the cornerstone of the church, on the outside of the building. So I just want to make sure that historic fact that we are the oldest, the key word is incorporated. Incorporated. There were a lot of black towns and settlements started way before St. Lawrence, but they were not incorporated. So we claim incorporation of the first and the oldest black town incorporated in the United States of America. I just want to make sure everybody understand that. Yes. Okay, Dr. French. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman Randolph. This is really special. I know you appreciate this, but to have our conference in this really beautiful, sacred, historic space is just transformative. So I'm eternally grateful to you, your pastor, the church, the congregation for allowing us to use this space. It is about place and space, right? So this is very meaningful to be doing this here. It's my great pleasure to introduce our morning keynote speaker, Dr. Nemata Blyden. Dr. Blyden is the Armstead Robinson Professor of 19th Century African American History at the University of Virginia. She is the author of African Americans and Africa, African Americans and Africa, A New History, published by Yale University Press in 2019, and West Indians in West Africa, 1808 to 1880, The Diaspora in Reverse, published by the University of Rochester Press in 2000, among many other publications. Her current project reflects her continuing interest in African American history and the connection between the African continent and its diaspora. A family biography of a Black Atlantic family, the project attempts to tell the history of various spaces in the Atlantic world through the eyes of an extended family. So you're in for a treat. Dr. Blyden.
Oh, do I need, what's that? Oh, for my slides. Oh, okay. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. French. Let me set my time. I don't want to go over. Thanks to all of you for coming. Thanks to Dr. French for extending the invitation. It's such an honor to be speaking in Eatonville with its strong ties to Zora Neale Hurston, whose work I greatly admire. I want to also thank the Council of Mayors. I grew up in Freetown, Sierra Leone. Yes, and the mayor of Freetown is a woman, Yvonne Akisoya. So I'm very happy to be amidst you all. Yes. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. So Anne Trubeck writing of Zora Neale Hurston, writes, "Hurston and Eatonville have always been closely linked. To understand one, you have to understand the other." I want to use this idea in my talk today to think about the way we understand places by understanding the people who live in them, and how we come to understand the lives of people by knowing the places that produced them, where they lived, the places they left behind, or the places they escaped. I'll reflect on some conference themes regarding approaching space and place, placemaking, and pay attention to the theme of historic preservation, given where we are today, and the place of Eatonville in such conversations. In thinking about how African diaspora communities over the centuries reimagined the places they encountered, lived in, abandoned, voluntarily left, or were driven out of, we cannot underestimate the importance of place and placemaking. How is place imagined when you're enslaved, taken from your ancestral home to a far-off place to toil in another space? A Caribbean plantation, one in South Carolina, Virginia, Tennessee. How are space and place imagined when you might be fortunate enough to gain your freedom? And I put freedom in quotes because we all know that for many of our ancestors, emancipation was not freedom. It came with its own precarity, uncertainty, and many challenges. As one scholar has noted of freed Africans, even after they are no longer in captivity, the system of slavery continues to circumscribe their existence and dictate their paths to a freedom that is more than nominal, a freedom that includes a cultivation of or return to home. My talk today is titled, "A Black Family Reimagines Space and Place." I will share some aspects of my family history that allows us to get at Black lives in different places and time periods. So I'm a historian, so I'm taking you to the past. Dr. McCauley has set us squarely in the present. I'm taking you to the past. So how can we access larger Black experiences and understandings of home and where that home is or where those homes are? By looking at the lives of an extended family in Africa and the African diaspora, I illuminate the history of African-descended people in this talk, and I'm concentrating on my ancestors in the 18th and the early 19th century. And doing that allows me to explore major themes in the history of slavery, migration, and emancipation in the United States and the Caribbean. The story, told through the lens of this extended family, is an example of movement around the Atlantic world and beyond, and represents the detours and turns that the lives of an African descendant family can take. The Atlantic world in the late 18th and early 19th century was characterized by migration and mobility. More than anything else, the transatlantic slave trade was responsible for the forcible movement of millions of Africans and governed the lives of individuals in Africa, Europe, and the Americas. In Africa, kingdoms rose and fell, communities scattered and shattered, creating insecurity and fear. In the Americas and the Caribbean, labor demands on plantations meant the constant flow of enslaved Africans, while increased fear of insurrection in the wake of the successful slave revolt in Haiti meant increasing cruelty and more stringent legislation, governing the lives of Black women and men, enslaved and free. Amidst all these changes, Africans in the Americas seized opportunities to gain their freedom, to purchase loved ones out of bondage, to gain access to education and pursue economic opportunities, escaping places circumscribed by inequality and oppression. As the slave trade ended in the early 19th century, men and women of African descent made choices within the constraints under which they lived. Enslaved Blacks sought a path through revolt, while free Blacks struggled to gain a foothold in societies which still believed that the lot of Africans was enslavement. Some sought to strengthen and sustain their families through migration. The Blydens, my family, moved between islands in the Caribbean and Latin America. The Erskines, also my family, and the Paynes left the oppressive spaces of Virginia and Tennessee to make their way to Liberia on the continent of Africa. Amid all these changes, members of these families sought to imagine and reimagine their lives and the places in which they lived. Trying to piece together the lives of African-descended people during the late 18th and early 19th century is a difficult task, but tracking a large African diaspora family over the seas is even more difficult. And here I might digress to stress the importance of literacy and education in imagining place and placemaking. Because some members of this family were literate and in many ways accomplished, we are lucky enough in our family to be able to piece together their lives. So often, we can't tell the stories for lack of written sources, which is also why oral tradition and memory is so important for our communities and should be highlighted as we approach the study of place and placemaking. So the family story, of course, began in Africa, but the known story begins in the late 19th century in the Americas. So I begin with the life of George Erskine. Born into a society which had determined his life in bondage, George Erskine would succeed in giving his children and their descendants what had been impossible for his parents to give him. Literate and free, he chose a life of respect, autonomy, and independence in Liberia over an uncertain insecurity in the United States. We first find George Erskine in the records on September 26, 1815, when Isaac Anderson and Abel Pearson petitioned the justices of Blount County, Tennessee, for the manumission of George M. Erskine. Isaac Anderson would later establish Maryville College in Tennessee. Abel Pearson was Anderson's student, and he was described as a vigorous opponent of slavery. George Erskine had been enslaved for 36 years. Soon after gaining his freedom, Erskine petitioned to be received into the Presbyterian ministry. As a licensed preacher, he traveled in northeastern cities like Boston, Philadelphia, and cities in the Midwest. One article described him as a very earnest and sensible preacher. In June 1828, Freedom's Journal, an African-American newspaper in Philadelphia, announced notice of a sermon Erskine was to give, quote, "at which time there will be a collection taken up to aid him on redeeming his children, what are at this time in bondage in East Tennessee." Erskine succeeded in this endeavor. By 1829, he had spent $2,400 to free his family. In 1830, George Erskine, I should have put this up, but anyway, this is just telling you what I just spoke about. In 1830, George M. Erskine, age 51, emigrated to Liberia with his wife, Hagar, aged 50, and 7 of their children, ranging from age 7 to 30. Why did the Erskines leave Tennessee? We might never know the real reasons. Well, we can guess at them, can't we? But asked by the ship's captain why he was leaving the United States, Erskine responded, "I am going to a new country to settle myself and family as agriculturalists, to a country where we shall at least be on a level with any of our fellow citizens, where the complexion will be no barrier to our filling the most exalted station." The Erskines sought a better life. George Erskine realized he had no hope of this in the United States. Like many who chose to leave the United States to make their place in Liberia, Erskine did as the editor of Freedom's Journal, John Russwurm, did. He cited prejudice and discrimination, to which he saw no end in America. John Russwurm, an educated man, much educated, more educated than Erskine, lamented, "We're considered a degraded people, deprived of all the rights of freemen in the eyes of the community, a race who had no lot or portion with them." Perhaps Abraham Camp, a free black man from Illinois who lacked the opportunities of Russwurm, better expressed what Erskine felt. "We love this country," he says, "and its liberties, if we could share an equal right in them. But our freedom is partial, and we have no hope that it ever will be otherwise here. Therefore, we had rather be gone, though we should suffer hunger and nakedness for years." George Erskine was not disappointed in Liberia. He expressed a sense of freedom he'd never had in the United States, writing, "My time in this country being short, it is but little I can say about it. This much I can say. My expectations in coming to it are already realized. Never did I feel so much like a free man as I have since I came here." He had found his place. Yet Erskine did not have the opportunity to make a mark on Liberia. Within a year of his arrival, George Erskine died. Nevertheless, he left a legacy in his surviving children and his descendants, and their stories tell of the success of some settlers in Liberia. And this is his son, Hopkins Erskine, who would become active in politics in Liberia and would hold significant political positions in Liberia. His daughter, Martha, would become famous as the old lady who presented Queen Victoria with a handmade quilt in 1892. I want to say that she presented a quilt to Queen Victoria, but more important to us in our family is that she also made a quilt which she presented to Henry McNeill Turner. We're in an AME church, so I think everybody here knows who Bishop Henry McNeill Turner was and how important he was to the AME Church. Around the same time, Erskine was finding a place for his family, and these are some of the descendants of Erskine. That's my great-grandmother, Anna Erskine, who was the daughter of Hopkins Erskine and the niece of Martha Erskine. And that is, she's buried in Freetown, Sierra Leone, and next to her is buried her daughter, my grandmother, Isa Blyden. Around the same time, and this is well, I'm getting to him in a minute, so I'll wait. I'll wait on that. Around the same time Erskine was finding a place for his family where they could achieve freedom, a young couple on a small Caribbean island attempted to find and make a place in communities circumscribed by enslavement. In 1862, the 19th century Pan-Africanist Edward Wilmot Blyden wrote, "I was blessed with the care of pious parents." He goes on to add that to the influence of my excellent and devoted mother, more than to any other earthly cause, can I trace whatever literary tastes and religious aspirations I possess. He further explains that in 1842, my father removed his family to Puerto Cabello, Venezuela, and remained 2 years, returning to St. Thomas in 1844. While residing in Venezuela, I learned to speak the Spanish language. Who were these parents that Blyden spoke of so proudly, however briefly? Who was this couple that nurtured him in this way, providing him with the foundation for a life of intellectual greatness? Who was this woman who cultivated a love of learning in her son, producing a man of letters? Who was the man who exposed him to travel and exploration in a foreign land, raising a son who at 18 would leave his homeland to settle in Africa, and who would come to speak several languages during his lifetime? Blyden does not name his parents, but unlike many African-descended people in the Atlantic world, deprived of the knowledge of their ancestors, we know who these loving parents were. Although we know very little of their lives beyond what we learn from their son, accessing the places in which they lived allows us to understand their life histories and speculate on the choices they made throughout their lives. Romeo and Judith Blyden were born on the small island of St. Eustatius in 1794 and 1795. Though born free, Romeo's father is believed to be African-born, though how and when he was enslaved is not known. His African name is lost, and as is his ethnic identification. We know nothing about Judith's life on the island. What we know of the couple is scanty, but can say with certainty that they were both literate. Their lives were shaped until the early 19th century by the history of a small island governed by several European nations bent on profits, economic competition, and dominance in the Atlantic trade. An island about 8 square miles, St. Eustatius, or Statia as it is often called, is in the Leeward Islands. Settled by Dutch colonists in the 16th century, Over the centuries, it was claimed by many European nations. In 1642, demand for labor led to Africans being brought to the island, resulting in what one scholar argues formed the beginnings of a major social division on the island. By the 17th century, Statia was a site of the slave trade, as men and women directly brought from Africa, Curaçao, and other places were settled on the island. During the 18th century, St. Eustatius served as an important transit point and was largely a slave trading colony, with Africans destined for other colonies passing through. Records of the transatlantic slave trade show voyages in the 18th century brought Africans purchased from places such as Congo, Loango, Elmina, Ivory and Gold Coast, Benin, Cape Lahu, Malembo, Gabon, Calabar, Western Africa, West Central Africa, and St. Helena. But where Romeo and Judith's progenitors were purchased, we do not know. By 1705, half of Statia's population of 606 was enslaved. By 1725, 2,000 to 3,000 enslaved Africans were brought to the island every year. In 1790, when the island boasted over 8,000 residents, there were 643 freed people and 5,140 enslaved. The legal importation of Africans ended in 1784, with the last slaver arriving in 1793. In 1814, the Dutch ended the slave trade, although slavery continued until 1863, when the 1,138 enslaved Africans on the island were freed. What must life have been like for the island's Black population amidst all these changes? This is the world into which Romeo and Judith were born, and I often imagine, because I can't find them in the documents, how they lived on such an island, how they coped, how they navigated. By 1823, they had left the island. They had escaped it, I say, heading to St. Thomas in the Danish Virgin Islands. When the Blydens arrived in the Virgin Islands, slavery had been abolished and a series of hurricanes had hit the island, both resulting in instability. Newly emancipated Africans asserted their independence by deserting their former owners, leaving plantations, and refusing to work. They expressed their freedom in the choice of clothes they wore, their spending habits, and in how they entertained themselves. The island boasted several churches, including the Dutch Reformed Church, which the Blydens attended. Their membership gives us another glimpse into the family's history. All the Blyden children were baptized, and in 1830, both parents were confirmed in the Dutch Reformed Church. Church records document the births, baptisms, and deaths of family members. A few years after they arrived in 1839, the St. Thomas Athenaeum was established with a library and reading room containing 5,000 volumes published in various languages. The St. Thomas Times newspaper was also available for residents to read. There was a post office, a bank, several types of courts, an insurance company, and a council of burghers chosen from the island's most worthy citizens. Romeo soon settled into his life as a tailor, probably a skill he had come with from St. Eustatius. Free Blacks worked as clerks, shop owners, artisans, and in trade positions. And Romeo doubtless practiced his tailoring trade as he might have done in Statia. Judith was a seamstress and a homemaker. We do not know when the couple married, but their children were all born in St. Thomas. Robert, William, and I always name, sometimes my talks get long, but I name people. When we can find people in the records, as African descended, we name them. Robert, William, Edward, Romeo, John Joseph, Jane, and Lavinia, ranging from ages 3 to 15 in the 1846 census, lived with their parents in the Charlotte Amalie neighborhood in St. Thomas. A mixed neighborhood, the family lived on Synagogue Hill in a home owned by one Rose Matthias. Mr. and Mrs. Blyden left no records of their own, but we see them through the eyes of their son, however briefly, and we get glimpses of them in the records, the church records, the census records. Though constrained by the limits put on those of African ancestry, The children were taught to read and write, the importance of literacy. They were also prepared for trade professions. The 1846 census lists 14-year-old William as a shoemaker and his 13-year-old brother, Edward, a tailor. My great-grandfather was destined to be a tailor. If you know anything about him, you know he became much more. So he would later write, "I was apprenticed to the tailoring business with a provision allowing me to attend school in the morning and the shop in the afternoon." And this continued for 5 years. His parents made sure he got an education, even if he was going to be a tailor. The Blyden family lived a relatively comfortable life, given that most blacks in the Atlantic world in that era were in some form of bondage. Neither Romeo nor Judith had ever been enslaved, and as a free family, were able to provide for their children. And although the possibilities for mobility up the social and economic ladder were limited, the couple managed to give their children a good life. It doesn't appear that they were ever in fear of enslavement, and their children grew up in a place described by one contemporary as exceedingly picturesque and beautiful, with bright-colored houses with their red and tiled roofs. It was a home. It was a place they could make a home. In these two 18th and early 19th century stories, I have tried to show how newly emancipated women and men attempted to create lives for themselves within the strictures of societies governed by slavery and oppression. Examining and remembering these stories, however scant some of them are, is necessary, as one scholar has argued, for a broader diasporic conversation about the importance of the space between slavery and freedom for people of African descent who endured slavery, and for their posterity, our children, who continually contend with the remnants of slavery. I want to end with one of the places where this family story begins. Our ancestors' history in Africa before enslavement, we do not know. I wish I knew where in Africa our ancestors had been enslaved from, but I'm lucky that I can tell this little story that I've told you. We're lucky. I want to think about how the theme of placemaking, as I have talked about it, intersects with other themes we are engaging with at the conference this weekend. Last year, I visited St. Eustatius for the first time. Statia is where Romeo and Judith were born, as I've said. Couldn't find any traces of them, walked around, small little island, 8.1 square miles. Found some Blydens, don't know if I'm related to them. They were planters with the Blyden name, but just wanted to walk the space. A public body of the Netherlands, the island, St. Eustatius, with about 3,500 residents, is struggling with its sense of place as the small number of black families with long histories on the island fight to preserve its history and legacy. Burial grounds of African-descended people languish, while the island is being developed as a particular kind of tourist attraction. The St. Eustatius African Burial Ground Alliance is pushing back against a kind of tourist attraction. The St. Eustatian Burial Ground Alliance is pushing back against archaeological excavations of the burial grounds of enslaved Africans, some dating back to the 18th century. Their manifesto and vision statement notes that a community-based approach to heritage has the potential to strengthen the position of the local population who are of African descent, and by doing so to contribute to an engaged and more democratic society in which there's a place for the voice of the African diaspora. They seek, quote, a place for our voices. Placemaking and historic preservation intersect in the group's work. Like Eatonville, some of their history is endangered, and those fighting to hold on to their past are trying to make their place and create spaces to honor their ancestors. In their words, we are doing all this as a tribute to and in commemoration of the sacrifices made by our ancestors, and in order to build the foundations of our cultural identity that strengthens and connects us. I'm not sure if there's a image I have that has voice to it, and I don't know if I can get it to play. Is the tech person here? who can help. If that picture, that right there, if you could see if you could.
What Brother Richardson said, and whatever I want to say, well, coming from my heart, soul, I think the strength of collaboration and togetherness, whether you have differences or not, as a matter of fact, those differences is what should make you even become more stronger as you collaborate together.
Just last week, the result of an application put in 2022 to have ancestral burial grounds on the island recognized was realized when the Godey African Burial Ground Plantation, as well as the Golden Rock African Burial Ground, were placed on the UNESCO Route for Enslaved People program. Yes. Godey is near Fort Amsterdam, where enslaved Africans were unloaded onto the island to be shipped to neighboring islands and other places in the Atlantic world. Akil Gupta and James Ferguson, two scholars, write of what they talk about as remembered places, and the ways in which people use memory of place to construct imaginatively their new world. Remembered places, they maintain, have often served as symbolic anchors of community for dispersed people. This is certainly true of the millions of Africans displaced by enslavement in the era of the slave trade and slavery. In these cases, they observe the notion of homeland becomes, quote, unifying symbol for mobile and displaced people. This was certainly true of many Africans in diaspora, for whom Africa and the idea of Africa became a real and imagined haven. Africans in diaspora frequently associate place with memory, loss, and nostalgia. But we can also connect place to hope, resilience, strength, and preservation. And I use the multiple meanings of the word preservation here. I hope the stories I've told today illustrate this. The fact that we are in Eatonville, in the state of Florida as we know it now, a place, Eatonville, that is a symbol and example of these memories, loss, and nostalgia, but also one of hope and resilience, show us that any adversity we face is not insurmountable. As African-descended people continue to make a place in the communities and spaces we inhabit, let us remember how our ancestors imagined a better world and made places and spaces for us to inherit. Thank you.
Thank you. Great, great.
And would you
Long live Sierra Leone. Okay, you ready?
Oh, I just wanted to ask if Dr. Blyden, would you take questions? Oh, do you have questions? Yes, we do.
Well, thank you. That was an amazing presentation. And just before you talked about the idea of placing nostalgia versus placing hope, I was writing a question about that.
Oh.
I'm currently an undergraduate at Florida International University, finishing up a degree in journalism and starting a Ph.D. in cultural geography next year. And one of my research areas is in place and placemaking. And I know that the idea of creating memorial through placemaking is often rooted in the idea of nostalgia and a longing for a better past. But in this context, it's not so much that realized past, but a nostalgia for what should have been, and establishing what could be a hope for starting a new future and that place. So I was wondering if you could elaborate more on how the idea of placing hope can help create a sense of a new effective landscape for the displaced.
I was going to try and see if I understand your question well, and the way I'm going to interpret it and the way I think about it is that, I always, when I teach, I say to my students, especially when we're in a time and a place today, right, where we're demoralized, where we're feeling like we're not moving ahead, that that in fact we're regressing, right? Things are going back to how they used to be, type of thing, right? And I always say, I look to the past to tell me, to point me to the things, the changes that have taken place, however minute, right? We've progressed, right? So in that sense, the importance of memory and nostalgia, right, takes me to a place where when I'm feeling down, when I'm demoralized, when I'm in the state of Florida, I can say, this too shall pass. And I remember my ancestors. I remember what they went through. I will never go through what Romeo and Judith went through. I will never go through what Edward Blyden went through. I will never go through what Georgia Erskine went, and that gives me hope. I'm not sure that answers your question, but that's how I've interpreted your question. I don't know if that helps. Yeah. Bruce, thank you.
Hi, thanks so much for that really, really interesting talk. And you know, being in the lineage of E.W. Blyden is such a wonderful thing. You know, I guess the question I would have for you is, you know, as a historian, you know, I'm interested in the kind of tools that might be available, or maybe you could speculate on tools that you wish would be available in order to tell the kinds of histories. Now, the history you told is very much from kind of personal heritage, but as well as documents and those sorts of things. You know, I am director of a digital humanities center, and so we're interested in digital projects. I know there are projects on digitizing, for example, African newspapers and things of that nature. But if you let's dream here. If you had the kinds of tools or databases or archives or whatever that you just think would help tell the story, what would those look like?
And there are many of them available, right? You know, the newspapers. So I can get at the life of Edward William Blyden through the African Repository, the Journal of the American Colonization Society, or through African newspapers, the Sierra Leone Weekly Times, right? So I could get at his life, but can I get at his parents' life? I can't. So the only way I can tell their story is access it through the archaeological work that has been done, access it through the literature that's available to tell me what the lives of, you know, free blacks on St. Eustatius and St. Thomas was like. So that's the only way I can access those lives. I'm a historian, so I don't create live stories for people that I can't document. I don't do that. I know other scholars will do that. And so part of what I'm trying to do in this project, right, is to be able to tell everybody's story through the lives of the stories that we have. Because I know the story of Romeo and Judith, I can tell a larger history of men and women like them who lived in St. Eustatius at the time that they did, or in St. Thomas at the time they did, right? Because I know the story of my Aunt Jeanette in the 1940s, who is well documented in the literature. I can tell the story of black women in a particular class, space, place in the 1940s, right? So that's the only way I, as a historian, know how to do it. I wish I could have gone to St. Eustatius and stumbled, into material about these characters. But the fact that I know their names is huge. How many of us have ancestors born in the 18th century who don't even know their names? We just know them as the person who was enslaved and ended up in a plantation somewhere.
Do you ever work with oral traditions? And I'm saying that because, you know, ZORA was famous for doing that, right? So
a lot of what I know about my family history has been passed down. And that's so much of, you know, we might call it anecdotal, but a lot of what I know about my family's history has been passed down orally. We grew up being told stories about our family. So absolutely, oral history, crucial, as I said. Yep, thank you.
We have another right here.
Thank you so much, Dr. Blyden. Your story is not as personal as it might appear. I think your story is the story of all of us in here, every last one of us. As I said, was born and grew up. Part of my life, although I spent more time out of the Bahamas than in, but the crucial years of my life were spent there And I remember my first job was with the Ministry of Finance. I was 17 years old, and I thought, I need to get out of here, so I need to go and work and make some money so I can have enough money to get far away from this place. But the place where I did my interview was the Bahamas Electricity Corporation. And that was formerly called Vendu House. It was where all the slaves came over, and they were, the word vendu is from French. It's called sold or like a marketplace. So they were all brought there and dispersed throughout the rest of the Caribbean. And also, a lot of them came to this country, and most of them went to the Carolinas. And the Carolinas was one of the, was owned by the same 6 landlords, English landlords, as the Bahamas. Most of them were centered in some of those islands off the Carolinas, and they were made part of the Gullah Geechee people. And if you look at their last names, I'm Saunders, and there are lots of Saunders in the Carolinas. A lot of them talk just like we do. We like okra, they do too. And also, I grew up in a family that believed in education. And when I look at you, I see a boy that I went to, what we call primary school, and then I think you call it elementary school here. And then, of course, middle school, we went to school together. He belonged to a group of very prominent Bahamians, and they were very, very musically inclined, so every last one of them knew how to play some type of instrument. But when I look at John Blyden.
They're Blydens in Bahamas, yep.
Yes.
Absolutely, I've met them.
Okay, all right. And when I see you, I see John. So we are not separated by any means. Our history is a common history, and I am so glad there is another voice that could actually tell this to us, because we cannot forget. We cannot forget where we come from. We come from a country of kings and queens, and the fact that we have survived, what we have survived, gives us the authority and the right to say we are a strong, resilient, and everlasting people. Thank you so much.
And yes, thank you, thank you, thank you. Don't worry, we will continue all of this. Hold your questions. You just must have one. Okay, she just must have one.
Oh, we have a lot of questions. Michelle is on the academics committee, so
yeah.
All right, okay.
Yeah, thank you so much. I've been listening on Zoom. My apologies for getting here, but I have a question. So I really want to return back to the student who had the question about, who's a journalist, thinking about cultural geography, which is super cool. So, and I'm going to talk through this, and hopefully it comes to some sense. I do think that right now we are in a place of completely demoralized. Right now, ISIS is terrorizing communities and attempting to displace. And there's something really revolutionary in your story and the ability to be able to find oneself through an ancestry and to trace oneself through an ancestry, of which I'm hoping to talk about with Claire later on today. And so I'm so curious from you, this process of hope that this student is bringing up and the ability at which to find and create a path as a landscape, as a pathway to some kind of sense of a new beginning. What would you say, given your experience in doing this work, and to others who may also be thinking about the way to do this, sort of following a path that could bring hope? to communities that are feeling displaced. I'm thinking about the ancestor that you're talking about who says, I feel most American here, and yet and still, I am not American here, so I must travel to find that somewhere else. And so I was wondering if you could speak a little bit to that, and I'm hoping that that brings into the students' question about the notion of creating a new landscape, a new identity in some ways, to this feeling of like longing for. So yeah.
And I guess the way I would answer that is to think about, you know, and I guess because of my family history and our lives, I think about home and place, not necessarily as a static, right? Not a place where I am always, I live here. And for many people, that's home. You know, my mother was born in Worcester, Massachusetts, small town. And she said most people I grew up with never left Worcester. You know, she went off to college, married a man from Africa, went off, right? Most people, for many people, that's what makes home, right? The place that they don't leave, that they're connected to a place. But for others, for some of us, right, we take our place and our home with us as we go, right? Or as we move, and that's the only way, right? And we take it with those memories, right? We take it with the nostalgia, right? But we take it with the hope, right? That we can create spaces, if we don't want to call them places, we can create, or even home, we can create spaces that we make home where we are, right? And that's how I would answer that question, that's how I would think about it. That's based on my experience. But for many home, I mean, we're fighting for Eatonville. Eatonville is a place, and it's a home, right? We don't want to leave it, right? We're hanging on to the land. We're hanging, right? But for others, that may not be, and for many of our ancestors, it was not possible, right, for them to hold on to space quite in those ways. That's how I would answer that. Yeah.
I'm here today for questions of data. You might know that I was the curator of the last cycle on Afrofuturism, and I do see this sort of conversation, and what I hope is a series of conversations about information, about data, about infrastructure related to that, as part of the same conversation. And Scott asked me if I'd be willing to talk a little bit about that before I get into this, and I do think it's worthwhile. One of the things that's always been, I think, a driving conversation with the ZORA Hurston Festival of the Arts and Humanities is, as was mentioned earlier today in the opening ceremony, the emphasis on arts and culture and education. And one of the things that has been a real project of recovery for those of us who've been working with the festival over the last decade is to do a better job of documenting and bringing to the fore and stabilizing the history of intellectual conversation and activism that's tightly connected to Zora Neale Hurston and inspired by her work. For the Afrofuturism cycle, one of the sort of central intellectual questions I always wanted to put forth was that if we think about Afrofuturism as a recovery of Black speculative practice, then Zora Neale Hurston is an exemplar of that practice. It did not matter what the theme was. Hurston had already been there and done something defining and transformative that we can continue to rely on today. So whether it's a literary sort of engagement, documenting the experience of Black people through oral history, a sort of scientific and space-based understanding of the Black experience, Hurston has done all those things. So she's an Afrofuturist of note and should be celebrated as such. And I do think one of the things that the festival has managed to do over the last few years is to put Hurston firmly within the conversation of Afrofuturism and the Black speculative practice that it represents. And that practice is a global one, with American, Western, African-American, African diasporic conversations that are deeply rooted in questions of recovery, but also deeply rooted in questions of transformation and liberation. So as we think about placemaking as a part of that conversation, deep within the literature of Afrofuturism is a concern about the archive and what the archive can and cannot do. Kojo Eshun, one of the leading early writers about Afrofuturism, referenced this in a very important essay in 2005, Further Considerations of Afrofuturism. We talk very deliberately about the nature of the archive as a place where meaning is constructed and whatever interventions we need to do in terms of recovering the history and place of Black people in the Western context has to start with the archive. So it's in that light that we turn to this question of data. And our panel today is colleagues and practitioners and thinkers who hope to shed more light on that. I'm going to start us out, and I will allow my colleagues, Walter Greason, Adrian Burke, and Ennis Davis to sort of introduce themselves. But my goal here is to sort of open the door. I click this, it goes forward, right? Yeah. Open the door and start the conversation. So the first thing I always like to do, because this is on the Hurston Festival, is to make this assertion about Hurston in the canon of Afrofuturism, and in particular for this new phase, as we talk about place and placemaking, to return to the idea that Afrofuturism is also a set of tools of counter-histories and conversations designed to promote and transform the experience of Black people. Now, in the sort of traditional narrative of Afrofuturism, W.B. Du Bois is already well established and embraced. But one of the things I always talk about in terms of this conversation is that the Bois, though celebrated, and Hurston is not yet embraced, but one of the things we can say with quite a lot of certainty is that Hurston and Du Bois are engaged in a similar kind of intellectual process, that they both engage in critical and creative activities designed to hack our understanding of Blackness. And I use that term hack in particular because it references the ways that Afrofuturism is offered as a framework to understand information and the codes and narratives that are used to describe Blackness. Hurston and Du Bois should be celebrated as theorists that are thinking about the information economy around Blackness in the early part of the 20th century. This is a place where we have to have, I think, return to and have to have a serious conversation about the pathways that they laid out and the goals that they established as thinkers, as creatives, and what it means to our understanding of Blackness. Obviously, in a contemporary context, the reason we talk about data is because we live, and of course, in an accelerating technological paradigm. I would argue, though, if we think about the history referenced by Hurston and Du Bois, the arguments that they had about data, the efforts that they had to create a better data record, remain the same set of conversations that we're having today. The books that you see referenced here are speaking to the same questions and the same practices that they spoke to. Whether it's a question of the digital Black Atlantic or the ways that algorithms are misinterpreting or failing to interpret Blackness and Black people, all these questions really rely on the lack of information about Black people that is accurate, that is available, and that is translated to the public. And so the goals that are articulated by people like Hurston in the early 20th century through their work of recovery, through their work of trying to public information or publish information to the public, all those activities remain activities we have to be engaged with in the contemporary moment. The difference between then and now is that our ability to do so runs across a range of different levels of tools, cooperation, and practices. If the term Afrofuturism is attached to Web 1.0, the emergence of the internet in the 1990s, we now live in a sort of post-social revolution of technology and a generative AI revolution where we have tools that allow us to make real visions and create pathways to tell our stories. But we have to work across the spectrum. We have to both produce the information, as Hurston did. We also have to create the protocols to make sure that information is utilized in a way that's beneficial to the community. That leads us to lots of different possible conversations, but one that I want to call attention to is the idea that there is, for us moving forward, there has to be a kind of Black code studies, and this is a reference to a publication from 2017 in the Black Scholar, where they talked about the need for Black people to engage in the digital space in order to make sure their presence represents their lived experience. And indeed, the Black code studies narrative in particular calls attention to the need of a grassroots collectivism that is going to engage people both at the very top, and at the very bottom in the creation of more consistent information conversation. For me, and I'll talk more about this later, there is something to be done in what I call the digital public record that pieces together the accomplishments of African Americans in the aftermath of Reconstruction and tries to tell a more holistic story of the real accomplishments created in that period. They're almost always deliberately erased from the public domain. But it also means that there, in our contemporary moment, opportunities that we all have to seize to understand what information means to us as individuals, what it means for us in terms of the community, and what it means for us in terms of institutions. Those are the kinds of conversations that call attention to the fact that information exists and the data and the rules that are being used to describe, collect, and apply are vital spaces of conversation and control that we have to be engaged with. So that's my sort of opening salvo. And I want to turn it over to Adrienne to say her part. So there you go, Adrienne.
Okay, thanks. Hi, everyone. I'm Adrienne Burke, and I'm one half of Community Planning Collaborative, and this will introduce himself in just a second, but we are a consulting practice based up in Jacksonville. We work around the intersection of historic preservation and urban planning, specifically in historically excluded communities, and most of the communities we work with are African American. I won't go through all of that because you can read that, but my background is in law and preservation and history. I was an undergrad history major, my true love. Yeah, I just wrote down some of my influences. I grew up, most of my childhood was spent in Montgomery, Alabama, and that really influenced the work I do and the history I studied, and really enjoy working with community members who are advocating and fighting for their neighborhoods on a daily basis. That's huge influence on what we do. Oh, and that picture of me was in a cemetery, because that's one of my very favorite places to be. It's a real intersection of history and nature, and I think we can learn a lot from those spaces as well.
So good afternoon. My name is Ennis Davis, so I'm the other half of Community Planning Collaborative. I'm from Central Florida, so you can hear some of that southern twang in my accent. Polk County is kind of where I grew up at, but my background is in architecture, real estate development after graduating from Florida A&M University. And then through oral history, Gullah Geechee descendant, so through oral family history, linking that with the present in terms of urban planning. Some local connections I have here is that my mom's maiden name is Vereen. Our cousin was the longtime mayor of Eatonville. And my parents graduated during segregation, and their principal was E.L. Bing, who once owned Club Eaton and the Rainbow. So I can tell you all about the Chitlin Circuit juke joint stories from the old days. What? Oh yeah, and a few years ago we also did a Florida Chitlin Circuit study around the history of that, with Eatonville being one of the cities that we did research on, and how that circuit originated in Jacksonville in the 1930s and kind of worked its way through the state, but Eatonville was a big part of that. Thank you for having us today.
Oh, sorry. Thank you for the reminder. After lunch, I need the little wake-up call. So this was a really, and yes, I want to echo Ennis. Thank you to the hosts and everyone who helped organize, and Dr. Scott French for looping us in. It's really great to be here. We appreciate the opportunity to have this conversation with everyone today. So this is an interesting question for us because we are not academics, so we are working as practicing urban planners, preservationists in the field, and it was really a good challenge for us to think about what that means in terms of data, the type of data we work with. And so these are just some questions we'll get into throughout the conversation, but things that I was thinking of, and we'll touch on some of the examples in the photos as we talk this afternoon. But one of the things I really just wanted to talk about too is the terminology that's used around the conversations with Black communities and how that might inform how we're thinking about the practice of preservation of Black communities. So there are several terms. Placemaking gets thrown out a lot as a term of art in the planning space especially. We like to use the term placekeeping because most of the places we work have a very deep and rich history, and they don't need to be made. They already exist. And so how are we keeping that and honoring that heritage? And then a term I became familiar with a few years ago, with credit to a professor at the University of New Mexico, is really centered around an indigenous concept of place, and he refers to it as place knowing. And I think that's a really interesting term of art as well. And so, yeah, just kind of wanted to throw that out there to start, and then we can, I'm sure, get into some of the other information as we're talking as a group.
So thank you all for the work that you do and the journey we've been on. I started talking with Dr. Chambliss, I want to say 2009, a little ways back, creeping up on 15, 20 years. And so my name is Walter Grayson. I'm professor of history at Macalester College in St. Paul, Minnesota. It is a place dedicated to peace and diplomacy, in that it's the first college to form a partnership with the United Nations after the UN was established. And its most distinguished graduate is Kofi Annan. He basically embodies what the world can be in following the footsteps of Nelson Mandela and Martin Luther King and Rosa Parks and so many of the folks who built these places, including Zora Neale Hurston, working through literature to make sure we could know Eatonville. There are 5 primary areas that my work concerns. The first is Afrofuturism. I started doing code work before I was a teenager. I was much more into software engineering than I was into history before I got to college. My father gave me some very bad advice and said, there's no money in software. And so then said, okay, well, if I'm not doing great there, I'll go into education and see how I can do. But in education and in history especially, the world was quite fortuitous in that it bent towards software in the last 15 years. And so as people started to think about what used to be called computational history, but now has become data science and the way that we incorporate art and the humanities in technology, that all played into the gifts that I got when I was very young. And so the first real fruit of that is what I call asset value analysis. I spent a lot of time selling brownies and cupcakes and cookies, trying to fund important projects for churches just like this one. And then I had an experience where I got to raise $100 million for a large institution in about 5 years. And it just changed everything. And so I went to the forefront to say, why don't we do this for these communities and organizations that have been starved for resources for centuries? And so I invented asset value analysis, and it's now morphed into an economic field called stratification economics that basically ties historical evidence into providing all the resources, getting us away from an austerity mindset that there's never enough, that we can never accomplish what we need. And that is what's happening right down the street with the World Council of Mayors. When they talk about economic development and global trade, they're upping the scale of what we can bring to projects like this. The next piece, 2 pieces, educational leadership and world history, is that we've moved towards a transnational frame of analysis, and you've seen that through the morning conversations, that we're not just looking at Eatonville isolated. We're seeing where it's located, not just within Florida, but across the Caribbean, how it connects to West Africa. All of that work is essential to transform the consciousness of the people who run our educational institutions. It's the reason why we get an executive order today that attempts to say only patriotic education is permissible. And so this work of trying to stop us from doing what we're doing is because what we do is so, in fact, so powerful. It offers a new way of knowing ourselves and our world, and it changes the way not just people of African descent, but all people can connect to and achieve a different civilization in this century. And that leads to the last piece of my work. And I did give a PowerPoint about these points to Dr. French that'll be available to everybody. The last piece is data visualization. So I've spent a lot of time writing books and articles and getting scholarship, traditional historical scholarship into the world. What I've found is, happily, when I accompany that traditional historical scholarship with historic photography, with graphic art and graphic design content, and most recently I've been doing a work on the graphic history of hip hop. If you go to a site called graphichistorycompany.com, it has sold over 2 million copies in the last year and a half, based out of New York City, where they gave free copies of the comic to every student in the city. And so that combination of writing and art has fueled an explosion of interest in reading and knowledge creation by the young people. And so I've come to realize it's not enough just to read and write as a historian, which would be sacrilege to my mentors when I started my graduate program. But we must generate music, we must generate art, because that's what brings people into the passion to understand, know, learn, and grow. And so that's what I do. I was named a Wakandan ambassador by Marvel Comics back in 2003 because I began teaching the Black Panther when I was working at Drexel University. A few years later, in conjunction with Christopher Priest and Reginald Hudland, who are the people who made the cinematic Black Panther possible, I designed the urban systems that define the Wakanda you saw in Black Panther and Wakanda Forever. And so that is the embodiment of the work that I do, is how do we take the literature and the art to help us dream bigger, to dream differently, but then provide the economics and the history that lets us actually achieve it. So thank you, and I'm excited to hear what everybody wants to talk about.
So as a way to acknowledge the sort of public digital, public humanities nature of the conference, one of the things that we decided we wanted to try to do was to open this up with a series of conversational questions that I'm going to ask the panel that are reflective of the sort of current state of the data question that we're facing. These questions are, and this panel itself is kind of reflective of both the sort of practitioner and the theoretical, right? I think Walter and I are on the theoretical side, and Adrian and Ines are on the sort of practical side, but we intersect a lot. So my first question has to do with, which is very broad, but after we have this sort of internal conversation, we're gonna open it up and try to address some of the questions that are always coming from the audience at a place like the ZORA Festival. So my first question is, how does the increasing role of sorting, processing, and analyzing data, how does that play itself out in urban planning and social policy and economic development, and how is that different in the context of Black people and Black spaces? So I'm gonna ask Adrian first, ladies first, to give you a response, and then I'll get the last word.
I had already turned the microphone this way. Yeah, well, I can try to jump in, and then Enes, feel free to follow up with anything I may have missed. But in terms of data and urban planning, I think one of the biggest things we see is the question of access. And so let me come back to that. The other thing I wanted to note is that when you started talking and introducing the panel, you talked about the archive. You know, what is the archive? And I would argue from our perspective that we would define that pretty broadly. And from a planning and historic preservation perspective, that archive has to include policy. So what are historic policies that are part of this historic record or archive that have deeply influenced the environments we see today when we step outside this church, for example? So I think that's one thing we have to understand in urban planning and preservation is the policies that were enacted before and how they still affect what we see today. And then the other one is that access point. There is a ton of information that is available regarding, and I had a couple of the bullet points on my slide about, for example, grant funding. That's probably one of the #1 questions we get is about grants. And how do people access information about grants? What grants have been available? What grants are available? How do people access information about how city government runs, which is what funds your places and spaces primarily? And so, you know, that is a huge part of what we encounter. And then I know Ennis has more to say about that.
Well, for me to jump in, I always go back to access to information is power. So, you know, the impact on data and what I see in Black communities, the ones that we work with, is really around opportunity, because as technology changes, there's more, we have more access to the information we never had before. So when you deal in the world of economic revitalization of historic Black communities, limited displacement and gentrification, a lot of that, as Adrian said, deals with policy. And we don't know the policy. We traditionally have not had access to the things that has protected Maitland to have a certain tax base and Eatonville to have a different type of tax base. But yet, as the technology changes, we do now have that access, which now sets that precedent. So now we can have the power to take advantage of these resources to really guide what our future should be. So that's where I see the big impact.
For me, the question about data and its influence comes down to two current terms that I've used a lot in the last decade. The first is convergence, and this comes out of critical media or media ecology. Convergence is what happened during the first internet wave up to 2001, 2002, was a broad set of new platforms became available that moved us beyond print media, radio, television, cable, and then the emergence of things like Netflix and streaming services. That allowed so many more creators the opportunity to begin to produce work that had been silent before. The response comes between 2015 and 2016 is the second piece of this is counterconvergence. This is represented by Brexit or Donald Trump or Elon Musk, where they're attempting to seize control of the ways that information is produced and distributed. And that's the moment that we're in now, is that it's not that data necessarily disrupts or reinforces, it's the way that we distribute and allow access that is actually being negotiated. And so that's one of the key struggles right now, is to step into a space that democratizes access and replicates opportunities to allow convergence to continue, to allow more and more people to have a voice in the way that information is generated. These devices that we use are deeply troublesome in that they collect much more data about us than we actually are able to produce and distribute under our own kind of autonomy. And that's one of the fundamental things we have to consider, is that in homes, you might have 10 of these devices that are constantly listening and watching and distributing what's happening in what you think is a private space. That is counterconvergence, attempting to dictate what choices we have and how we actually achieve whatever we might consider to be our dreams, what the possibilities of our dreams are. So that to me is what we have to start to take on now. It's why I work with a group like the Black Speculative Arts Movement, which is an international coalition of almost 250,000 artists, people who are actively pursuing the vision of Octavia Butler and Sam Delaney and Toni Morrison, N.K. Jemisin, so many different writers. But we have to come up with a literature beyond what we see from Ruha and from Sophia to take us into a space where freedom grows digitally. And that's what I am hopeful for at an event like this.
So I will just say I particularly think that each one of our speakers is referencing the question of data sovereignty, especially from an African-American perspective. And that question is one that, again, historically has existed before. Many of the people who are sort of leading lights in terms of the foundation of the Black Towns movement, those people understood the question of storytelling, information, data. They told the story of Eatonville, for instance, all across the country. And our colleague Scott French has done a great job of sort of talking about the ways of the narrative of this town and town building and it as a solution for the Black experience being articulated. And so this question of data sovereignty, which is heavily influenced by contemporary conversations around indigenous theory and digital humanities, I think we have to have that question, have to have a conversation about that in the context of Black data. And there are particular movements and projects that spun out of the pandemic that called attention to the ways that lack of data or misrepresentation of data has detrimental effects to individuals, to communities, to health, to safety. But if we don't have this sort of conversation about data sovereignty and how we can maintain it, how we can achieve it, then we're always sort of falling behind, because as Walter points out, there are always devices in our homes that are collecting data, and some of them are devices that you don't think about as collecting data. And my number one example of this is everybody's digital TV knows a lot more about you than you know about it, right? My students always get freaked out when I tell them how Google makes money, because they think I'm making fun of them, but I'm like, the thing that's valuable in Google is you. Everything is free, so where they make it's you that's the thing that's valuable. It's what they know about you. So that is the first question, and I appreciate everyone's response to that. The second question, of course, is even as we talk about the sort of dangers here, what are the opportunities? Are there emerging tools that you would advocate people to take up, to use, especially in Black spaces in this period of emerging transformative data conversations? So we'll start with Walter first and go back.
Wow, so that's a really huge question, because as much as anyone uses an app store, I promise you, no one has an app library that lets you index that and find all the things that you could potentially make use of. I'd love to shout out to Professor French, because the archival work he's done around what happens here in Florida is a treasure that will keep giving for many generations to come, and we need much more of that. In fact, when I answer this question with other people, I point to librarians and archivists and the way that they organize information. The information science that they have developed over decades is something that is now a basic citizenship skill. If you believe in freedom, you must be able to think like a librarian or archivist about the data you encounter and the data that you generate. There are two things in the presentation that I sent out online. The first is called the Opportunity Atlas. I would say 40% of my courses are based on this work that's generated from Harvard, which is also problematic. But Raj Chetty, as a scholar, tries to be responsible and ethical about the way the data he aggregates can actually be of service in public policy spaces. But the Opportunity Atlas tracks levels of income, education, poverty, incarceration. I know I'm forgetting a couple, but there's like 12 different variables that it tracks graphically that you can then parse out at the community level, that is your census tract level. What is the likelihood that you're gonna make more money in your lifetime than your parents did living in a particular community? I've used this now for 5 or 6 years to teach students how to decide on policy interventions that can make the greatest difference. There's a huge absence when it comes to dealing with architecture and urban planning that needs to be addressed within the Atlas. But my main point of limitation leads to what I do with data visualization, is that there's no way to take the Opportunity Atlas and really develop it globally. The basic data set is the US Census Bureau and the community survey that's produced. When you start to go to Canada or Mexico, the kind of data that's generated is insufficient to then do a data visualization in the same way. In some parts of Western Europe, you can do something comparable, but I promise you in Southeast Asia, in most of Africa, even urbanized parts of Africa or Latin America, impossible to create a tool like the Opportunity Atlas. And so that's where it falls to us to do something different. And my model for that is data visualization, where, and this is a very poisonous site that I only reference as a model of something that must be combated, is a visual capitalist. Visual capitalist. This site takes hordes of data, I would estimate 80% of it bad data, and makes it extraordinarily accessible and easy to understand and persuasive. And people make really bad judgments using visual capitalist data. We need something that is a better data visualization platform that lets us actually circulate reliable information that helps us achieve a more just world. And so Opportunity Atlas is a step in that direction. There's a vast landscape, multiple universes of space for us to create better tools. And honestly, if we could do that starting with what we have here in Eatonville, it would be extraordinary. So that's my opening rec.
Well, in my space, as an urban planner, I'm generally on the ground, so the needs for each community is always a little bit different. One emerging technology is, really it's not even emerging at this point, but we do use a lot of ArcGIS or geographic information systems data. I will say in the way that we use it, we pull individual files because there's biases in data as well. But through that lived experience, you see the common links where you can benefit from. And so I'll give you an example. Todd's right in the ZORA near Hurston. On the slide she talked about, there's a house in the upper left corner. That's the ZORA near Hurston, John Hurston Jr. house, where ZORA, when she left Eatonville, that's where she lived when she left town. No, that little house in the corner. The historic East Side neighborhood is where that's located at. The Hurston family had a flower shop right next door to that. Back in the day, it was a flower shop. When it was torn down, it was like a corner store or something like that. But when the city code enforcement tore that down, the residents knew what that site's history was, but they had no protection in terms of policy to protect that building. So that blue sign you see there started a whole movement in that neighborhood. That was the first site they went and officially had designated as a local landmark in that neighborhood. What that then is now, code enforcement can't touch it anymore because now it's a local landmark. You'd have to apply for a demolition delay permit, and that's really getting back to access to information is power, but also having a seat at the table so you're not on the menu. Mm-hmm. That's where this process has started. So now, since that point in time, the historic East Side has also continued, and we work a lot with them, but continue to look at ways to take data that is out there, census data, heirs property data, zoning, and now it is Jacksonville's first historic African-American community that is on the National Register of Historic Places. That was done for 3 particular reasons. One, finances, so access to tax credits if you're a private business, access to grants if you're the church that needs to replace that roof that's 100 years old. By the same token, it also trips the ability to create culturally appropriate zoning overlay, understanding that zoning in itself is a systemic policy upon black communities. Yet, if you can make zoning, you tweak it some ways, and it can work right for your culture and for your community and your preservation economics. And then the other big reason is, I forgot the last reason. Oh yeah, the demolitions, yep. So there's a demolition delay that is hit upon when you're a National Register district in Jacksonville. Basically means a developer can't go in, buy a property, and do whatever they want to. They have to apply for a delay, a demolition permit. That goes in front of the Jacksonville Historic Preservation Commission, which almost works like a public meeting. So now that community has a seat at the table. When we went through and designated that whole community as a National Register Historic District, we put even nondescript things like an old warehouse that really no one cared about, but it met the requirements of being built within a period of significance in that community. So when the big developer from Atlanta comes down, they decide they want to do mixed income housing or do their own infill development, they had to reach out to that community and pretty much get permission to, hey, we want to tear this building down, what do you think? But what that did is now it's placed that community at the decision-making table to say, hey, yeah, we might support this, but we need X amount of units reserved for X. Mm-hmm. Or we need this type of business reserved for this, or X amount of contracts need to go to minority contractors. And so really, it's more about empowering the community, and I think that's a good example. Todd's brought back into ZORA, and it really took a Hurston site to kick this going, where the neighborhood knew its history. It was important to them, but there was nothing legally protecting them. but the data and the access to that data, taught them how to use that data as a weapon to protect the future.
Yeah, I think there's some really interesting opportunities, especially, I included it on our slide as well, but you had mentioned too when you were speaking, is lessons from indigenous data sovereignty movements. I think there's a lot of opportunity for Black communities to think about control, first of all, design. So how is information being collected? What information is being collected? And having a seat at the table about informing that. Maybe there's information people in a neighborhood don't want to share. Access to that information, and then also control. So once that information is collected, who has it? That's something we've come across a couple times just in the last year, especially around oral histories. There's a lot of concern from communities, rightly so, about working on oral history projects when they're tied to institutions that haven't been historically supportive of those communities. And so ensuring control also of information that is shared is really important. I think there's a lot of opportunities to be learned from those indigenous data sovereignty movements. The other thing that I think is a really good opportunity is, you know, we're talking about the transnational lens, but also just more hyper-local grassroots community efforts too. I think we can't I think you have, it's all connected. And so some of the things I've seen just in this week that I think are really exciting opportunities, and there could be lessons certainly for African American neighborhoods and organizations, and really in the face of everything that's happening currently politically, it really is also a form of activism, this data collection. And so one is there's an organization called Invisible Histories, and they're based out of Birmingham, Alabama, and they really have a focus on LGBTQ plus histories in the American South. And they do a lot of their own data collecting, archiving oral histories, and they've been really, since last year, but I just got an email yesterday, really pushing for archiving any information related to DEI offices that have been closed in the South in particular, at universities especially, or local government, et cetera. So they're archiving as much as they can from those offices of what may still exist here in Florida. I'm sure most of that's been wiped at this point. Another is an example I saw yesterday. Someone, I think it used to be on a federal government website, but it was a mapping and data source about environmental justice and climate change. And it would have had to go under some of the new orders, but another organization jumped into action and has already transferred almost all of the data to another non-government website. And I saw it on LinkedIn, and the post, I really appreciated the post was very snarky. And it was like, oh, it'd be a shame if someone had thought to go save all of that. Oh, wait, we did. And then the last thing I'll just mention anecdotally is I know someone who works for a nonprofit in South Florida around the space of urban neighborhoods, and is already starting, they're already in conversation with other nonprofits doing work in the same space about getting together to make sure that things that they know of, or resources and tools and data that they use on government websites, for example, are being archived, and that they are taking that information and making sure it's still available for them and the people they work with. So I see there's a real opportunity for some grassroots efforts and activism around this type of data collection that, you know, working together hopefully can be accomplished.
I appreciate that answer, and I want to call attention to the program that was handed out today. One of the things about the ZORA Festival, or this week of activity, is the co-convening of so many Black organizations that have a policy or a historical or cultural focus. And the reality is that if we're talking about tools and we're talking about opportunities, there are very few places where all of the people who talk about Black things, I've sort of jokingly joked with Walter about this. Over the years, there's a lot of people talk about black stuff, especially black space, but they all do it in different places. Like, at least we all do this in one place, it might be better off for everybody. We are all, Walter and I are part of an organization called Society for City and Regional Planning History. And one time I was like, let's everybody go there. Let's everybody meet in DC and we'll all have the conversation at one time. I think a lot of people want to come to Florida in January. So I'm just gonna throw it out there that if you're looking for a place, especially from a community organized standpoint, from a library standpoint, and I do think the library starts at home. This is an idea that's very powerful within the Black community. We are librarians, we have storytellers, there are people who keep the history. They're very important to historians. I'm a historian by training. We all know the impact of that collection of data. We also know, especially academics, how sometimes that data doesn't make its way to a place that's stable and accessible. It might be in the family, but the real challenge is moving it from that family holding to a place where it can be utilized and brought together for its maximum effect. And it's not to say where it is wrong. It's more of a question of what are we doing to bring our data together to tell the most complete story of the Black experience. And I would say that one of the things I would ask the organizers of this is like, hey, let's get the archivists, the Black Archivist Organization, the Black librarians invited to this event, because those people have a place in this question of community and organization that's very particular. And in the particular moment that we're in, where so many things seem to be changing so quickly, and we can't necessarily navigate all the challenges all at the same time, it's very difficult to deal with crazy if you're not crazy, right? You can focus on one or two things that you know how to do, and those one or two things that you know how to do, when coupled with other people focus on one or two things they know how to do, those things make a difference. And so this is a kind of meeting, this is a kind of space where if we can think more directly about bringing people together who already have the sort of expertise, have an interest, have a professional organization that can help, that's very useful. My third question is spinning off of something that was already said. It's about the ethical considerations related to this. What are the ethical considerations that we have to take into account in this new data landscape, both in terms of collecting data, what kind of policies and practices should we be advocating for? What should we be telling people in this moment about the archive, about data, about application?
Okay.
Yeah, all right.
So that's a really good question, and I have a perfect example of it. The other thing I wanted to I was like, I have to mention this specific example on this panel, whether it's related to the question at hand or not, but related to this discussion of access, something that we are encountering right now, and it really kind of blows my mind, is historic Black newspapers. There is a treasure trove of information sitting in historic Black newspapers about all of the historic neighborhoods that we work with and many others across the United States. To access that information is an enormous feat. For us, it means we have to drive to Gainesville to go to the University of Florida Library physically, because no library in Jacksonville has access to it. University of Florida has 2 public guest computers in their library, and you can't reserve them. So if you show up after having driven all the way to Gainesville and someone's using those computers, you're out of luck. So we thought, oh, well, maybe we'll just see if we can purchase a subscription to ProQuest, historic Black newspapers.
Wow.
First of all, it's only accessible to institutions or nonprofits. Our business does have a nonprofit arm, so that's how we're able to explore it at all. For 1 year, that's going to be an almost $9,000 expense for access to data written by Black people about Black people. And I just think that's, talking about ethics, I think that's morally wrong. So people if you're just an individual person, a Black person who really cares about your community's history, you cannot get that. And I think that's crazy. So that was my soapbox about that. The other question about ethics, my example I was going to give is around oral histories in particular. So we have started an oral history project that is being funded by the DuPont Foundation. And Jesse Ball DuPont, notorious racist, their foundation has, to their credit, been trying to do a lot of work to repair that and do work in communities that Jesse would have not wanted to fund, frankly. But when and it was around oral histories in the La Villa neighborhood of Jacksonville, and historically African-American neighborhood, dates to the end of the Civil War, founded largely by members of the U.S. colored troops, and amazing history there. But when certain community members we talked to about doing the oral history found out who was funding it, they were very concerned, understandably. And so with the oral histories, you know, the best practice process is to have agreements with the narrators. And so the narrators, you know, said, okay, you know, we might participate, but the initial draft of the agreement that the DuPont Foundation gave us was wholly unacceptable. They retained all commercial licensing rights to the oral histories. Basically, they could do whatever they wanted with these oral histories, and there was almost nothing written as to what the rights were for the narrator, the holder of the stories. So unfortunately for everyone involved, I'm a lawyer, and the person at DuPont is a lawyer, and so we sent back and forth many, many versions of these agreements. But we finally came to a pretty good one that would retain all commercial use for the narrators and none to the DuPont Foundation. It also involved who was the holder of those oral histories. So the community told us who they would feel comfortable having access to copies of those oral histories, and that's who we included. So that's just one example of the ethics and how, you know, something, I think oral histories is especially a common one. People are like, oh, let's just do oral histories. It's so easy, but it gets into some really sticky situations, and you have to be really thoughtful and intentional about it.
You know, I think on the ethics side is always one thing that has driven me, and also is something I've always mentioned to those in the planning space. And it's that the community is always in the lead, the community drives, and everyone else rides. So no matter how many letters you have after your name, no matter how big your firm may be, no matter how many people voted to get you in the office, you in the back seat. Grandma, who been over here in the neighborhood for 50 years, she knows way more about what this neighborhood needs and what the culture is than you do. So all we are here to do is really to facilitate to get them past a historical obstacle that has not allowed the community to get to the vision that it wants to be. So I always say from an ethics perspective, no matter, because we do have in our various fields, we do have a seat at the table that a lot of people don't have. And so we always have to check ourselves to make sure that we're not looking at communities from a paternalistic or a maternalistic perspective and telling someone what we think they need. I can't tell you how many projects I worked with when I was at DOT where they're telling you, oh, we need to put a bike path or a bike trail in your neighborhood. No, they get around just fine. You go to pick up the trash, what they're telling you to do. Mm-hmm. So I always just say that from an ethical perspective, no matter what kind of data it is, no matter what type of project you're working on, the community has to lead. And if we go from that perspective, things tend to work out better at the end of the day.
I can't agree with that enough. Last year, I was honored to be here on a similar panel and talk about why I got started doing this, and it was because everybody I grew up with were migrant farmers and folks who were lucky to have a fourth grade education. And growing up every day with my hand in the dirt and seeing how they got stepped on and mistreated. One of my closest relatives is significantly older than me. As a child, he would tell me all the stories of watching people get whipped in the field. And he's talking about in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. He's not going back to the 19th century to get those references. And so the foundation of my work was giving voice to the people who had been denied and silenced for their entire lives. And every day, I think, when I woke up this morning to look out the window, it's a miracle that we are here to do any of this for any minute that we have to do it. And so the ethics of it for me came from doing oral histories of people who had never been spoken to. The number of folks who said, why would you want to talk to me? As the first thing out their mouth, who had done enormous work blazing trails. And then walking through the process when the Oral History Association had rudimentary guidelines on how to protect your interviewees' rights, and flipping that process so that it worked for their advantage. And now all the interviews that are done in this way are held to that standard. This came to the fore for me. You hit a chord when you mentioned the house and the blue signs in front. So the community I grew up in was literally destroyed. They brought bulldozers, they dug the soil out, there's no mark left. There's an entirely new subsidized senior living complex where my folks came up. And I was very fortunate from 2010 to 2019 to work on a project called the T. Thomas Fortune Cultural Center. And this was the home of a radical abolitionist in the late 19th and early 20th century. He trained Booker T. Washington and W.E.B. Du Bois and not ZORA, Ida B. Wells Barnett, and Marcus Garvey. Just unbelievable figure who got written out of the history books. From Florida, from Mariana, up on the Panhandle, and grew up in large part in Jacksonville. Yep. So his home at the peak of his career was where I was doing most of my work, and it had been left to languish for 40 years, to the point where its east wall was swinging in the breeze. It was about to collapse any day when we secured $11 million in a partnership to restore the house and to generate the revenue that would support the house in perpetuity. And all of that was driven by community agreement, where the locals who had been in a segregated community for a century dictated every point in the term. And so this kind of effort, where grassroots dictate how institutions serve them, that is what we need to replicate everywhere. It's what we're seeing here with the SPLC standing up for Eatonville and bringing the resources to bring Eatonville stakeholders to the table here in Orange County. We need thousands more, tens of thousands more of these kinds of grassroots efforts. But just every single one that we get is an absolute miracle. And that's where I think that ethical orientation has shifted. And it's another reason that we see this convergence versus counterconvergence. Convergence allows us to do what we do here. Counterconvergence wants to take the authority back to private capital, large amounts of private capital, to dictate who's heard and who's not heard. So that's the thing we have to prevent.
So the question of ethical concerns, of course, is inflected by institutional position. And with our panel here, one of the things that we should talk about, and I'm always reminded of, is that our work with the ZORA Festival as academics sort of sits in a very complicated place where people like Walter, people like Scott, people like myself have to work through a prism of reciprocity and frameworks that help support community sort of control over data. And we have a partner organization in the association, Preserve Eatonville Community, that's very strong, has very strong leadership, have a very strong legacy. But we've also worked in communities with much younger organizations or not as much organization around them. And I think the toolkit that we would all advocate for is a toolkit around allowing the community to lead, but also supporting them in understanding the frameworks of the institutions that we work at, right? Like if we work at a school, what does it mean to be in cooperation with an educational institution? And those are really powerful questions because to Adrian's point, if you look at the the agreement that the library gives you standard for like an oral history, you don't get anything, right? Like you're giving it away. It's a deed of gift. You're giving this to us and you own it forever. That doesn't mean necessarily that they can't give you another agreement. And I think we've all been in situations where we go like, no one's gonna sign this. You need to come up with a different version of this agreement. And they go, oh, okay. That was it. Like, it wasn't like, no, we won't do that. It was like, oh, okay, right? So for us, and in the conversation that we have as professionals in academia, I think we're in the midst of an ongoing set of struggles around this, because that's also a place where this regression, this counter conversion is happening, right? Like if you, DEI isn't the only thing, because DEI covers a lot of stuff in the way it's sort of understood, right? Like DEI is a very broad term, so is woke, right? What is that? What's awake, right? What? But a lot of activities that we might think of as like bringing fairness and equity to the communities that we're working with also are sort of cast as somehow not professional, not meeting standards that are associated with like academia and so on and so forth. And so one of the things that I want to take into account in terms of these ethical conversations is, even though we might have 20 or 30 years of academia saying, hey, we should do it this way, at this moment in time in the world, in the United States in particular, there are lots of people going, yeah, no, you don't have to do it that way. And it does require us to be consistent in our conversations and our dedication to doing it in a way that's equitable to the people who have the least amount of power but the most knowledge, right? And so that's another thing I want to sort of sum up on. As always, the way with these things, we always want to make sure we have enough time for the audience to ask their questions. So we're right at 2:30, so that gives about 30 minutes. And so I'm going to open the door to people who might have questions they might want to ask, want to add to the conversation. We can work our way through those. If there's other concerns, I can always fill up and come up with some more questions. But right now I want to open the floor and ask if there are questions that people might have for the group.
Right here?
Oh, yeah. I don't think this is necessarily a question, but just you may want to comment on it further, just some observations. There was a lot of talk, of course, today about Jacksonville, and every now and again, various other names were being mentioned. And I just want to say that the one name that was conspicuously left out was James Weldon Johnson. Excuse me. And I just think that his name should definitely be included, especially considering that he was also friendly with T. Thomas Fortune, et cetera. So we don't want to lose that name. We had that discussion about Jacksonville. So that's that comment.
Lift every voice.
I'm sorry?
Lift every voice.
It's indeed. And NAACP, et cetera.
Got to throw his brother in there too.
Okay. The other comment I wanted to make is that we were talking about these oral histories, and there are lots of them. And something that more recently was mentioned in the news somewhere that struck me was that, especially more these days, it appears that having a single individual story, a single life, as representative of a larger problem seems to have a greater impact than stats about a large number of folks, 100 people here, 1,000. But if you have a face and a name and a story, that seems to be particularly powerful. So I think that in looking into these stories, for folks to find one of these stories that could actually speak more broadly and focus on that rather than just, here is this great archive. No one's going to read the archive. But if you have that name and that face, that may be more impactful than just numbers. So that's a comment. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll try to, I'm gonna connect you two together here. So we did a project in La Villa. It is the La Villa Lift Every Voice and Saying Heritage Trail. So Lift Every Voice and Saying Park, that's a component of it. But this importance of connecting oral history with data visualization and how you can educate people to learn in different ways because they don't teach you this stuff in school. Through the Heritage Trail process, while you got the oral history side, that oral history can also connect you with the kind of the academic stuff, the stuff that's in the books, that the people who don't have the culture can't see the connection of the two. And then when you connect that, those historical images and graphics, it creates a whole another way to learn. So just you talking about that, and you mentioned that earlier, as that process went about, it was interesting to really see the younger generation start to pick up and connect. And their whole thing was, we want to make sure that as we honor history, we don't treat the history like an obituary, but that we make sure that we learn that history, but it's also, this is intangible heritage too, that, I just read about how that mustard-based barbecue was made. Now let's walk around the street to Jenkins and get a rib sandwich. And keep the dollar recircling. So in essence, you're part of the history. It's all around you. So I just want to make that connection between some of the things I've heard here too.
Just to add to that, I was going to say, I think I mentioned I was a history major. I love history, but so many people think history is so boring. And I think it's because the way history is often taught is those facts and figures, but why history is so exciting is all those stories, right? I mean, like, I'm just thinking of one. So when we were working on the Chitlin Circuit report, which is available online if anyone's interested, happy to share that information, the stories that we learned from people like Condor Merritt, who's someone associated with Eatonville who owned Club Eaton, we were able to uncover information showing, all the different things he was involved. At one point, he was an FBI informant because of the Bolita trade in Florida, which was illegal lottery, basically. But that was a huge part of Florida's history, and at one point he became an FBI informant. I mean, there are these like juicy kind of, it's like gossipy details, but it brings history to life and it captures people's imagination. So, I mean, every community has stories like that, and so things like heritage trails, I get really excited about these more public history type interpretive projects in communities, because those stories are there, and how do we share them with people? And I think, it's storytelling is huge.
I'm going to be real quick about the individual story. Yes, have to have it. Have to have it, because that's what brings people in. And we can get into a much longer conversation about fiction versus nonfiction and how we construct fiction outsells nonfiction by like tenfold. And it's because of this piece about character, narrative arc, the sense of progressive story. I have a particular way of looking at this because people resonate out of Virginia, especially with the name Nat Turner. And that rings out in a particular way to tell why do we not teach Nat Turner, or John Brown for that matter, as patriots? What does it mean to kind of invert these mythologies that we've inherited about who really built the nation? And for me, in doing the work around the Northeast, there was a story of a man named Colonel Ty that almost nobody studies. He was Nat Turner 40 years earlier, who did a 2-year revolt against George Washington and his supporters of enslavers just south of New York City. And although he died before the revolution ended, 10,000 of his soldiers, he received a field commission from the British, and they all escaped from New York City with the British and moved to Nova Scotia and Halifax, and ultimately to Sierra Leone. We don't teach that story as a patriotic story of fighting for freedom, nor do we teach about Osceola that way. And we're right here in the backyard where that story really rings out. And so I agree, teach the individual story, talk about the people who really fought for freedom, not for slavery, not for segregation. Don't let this ground about patriotic education be turned into a way of reinscribing the way people are oppressed and exploited.
So, question over here. In the academic world, with the research and things that you do, does it ever get lonely? Does it seem like a lonely, hopeless world at times? And then I'm John Beach. I'm a part of the land back movement in historic Eatonville here. And you talked about the facilitators early. So, like, how do you, when you have a facilitator that doesn't have the culture heritage background, doesn't have any but they've done a lot of projects in town. How do you participate in a forum like that when you don't believe you see their outcome in other parts of the community, and when government sometimes, local government sometimes, practice block from participation, meaning they've already selected, the facilitators seem like they have already selected outcome, but they need bodies just to validate that they went through the process. How do you deal with that in the lonely world?
All right, I might say some unpopular stuff around here. So I've been on good behavior, but sometimes you got to rough some people up, and sometimes the city government you got to rough up. So I'm going back to Jacksonville just because we're there, but I've mentioned Jacksonville because it's a city that has several neighborhoods, and you go across the street and you got a different component and different ways people think. So in LaVille in particular, that was an issue. Even the Heritage Trail project we worked on, the DIA, the Downtown Investment Authority, had an idea they wanted to do. They had a consultant they go to do it. And the RFP process, or request for proposal process, and how a consultant would get work was essentially a gatekeeping process to make sure certain consultants got work. So that is also an area that went through a lot of urban renewal. And so there are ghosts you can raise in this example. There were ghosts in that neighborhood that you could raise up that people would have nothing else better in their time to do but make sure you failed. So that community used that energy and turned it against the city and the DIA to just destroy the project. And so then the DIA had to pick up the pieces. They want to know what can be done. And essentially it was, you've lost the money and investment that you put in. We got to rip this RFP apart, create a new RFP that puts the community in charge to kind of select what goes, and they were able to build consensus that way. But it did take a year for that city government to take it on the chin, feel very uncomfortable. I know people don't like to feel uncomfortable, but whatever. To get to the point where that community needed to go, somebody had to be broken down to their knees. In that case, it was city government. So there are ways to shake it up, but it does mean sometimes you got to rip the Band-Aid off and push somebody down and scruff them up a bit.
I'll talk about loneliness. Does academia get lonely? Obviously, I do think it's true that when you're doing work that is community focused, that you have an extra burden explaining that work in academia. And I know, given that what we would describe as community-based research and things like this have been going on for 30 plus years. But the reality is that an academic's job, depending on the nature of the institution, is to have certain kinds of outputs, and those outputs they look a certain way. And sometimes when you work with the community, a good output is community happy. That's not necessarily something you put on your CV though, right? People like me there ain't gonna get me, right? So you often, at least in my perspective, you often think about ways that work that you're doing on an ongoing basis can be part of a bigger story that does have outcomes. And a prime example of this is like I've been doing stuff in Eatonville related to the festival probably at least a decade, longer than a decade. But it's only recently that I've like quote unquote written about it, right, in an academic way. Because I'm like, a lot of my goals related to it are about surfacing community stories, supporting the festivals, so intellectual work. And there are digital things that I've done that are related to that too. And that's the space, digital humanities, where you're collecting oral histories or you're supporting the creation of stories that are accessible to the public, that can be a part of the academic narrative. But yeah, this is a real challenge, and I'm very mindful, especially for younger, I'm no longer a young man, younger academics who are going into it. I'm like, okay, let's have a conversation about how you're gonna like get tenure while you're doing this, because you better believe your boss is gonna be like, why are you doing that at some point? At first, they're gonna be fine, but later on, they're gonna be like, why are you doing that? And so you really have to have an answer ready, right? The other question about they're beefing and you're there, well, my standard answer is my goal is always to help the community. So I'm gonna let you beef, but I'm never gonna lie to you about what my goal is. My goal is like to help Eatonville as best I can with the skills I have. And I've been pretty consistent in that goal, and I recognize in the context of a lot of communities, there are competing groups and competing narratives. And with public officials in particular, whatever what community members are able to articulate, if the public officials are listening to that, then they're gonna react to that, right? Like, and one of the things that I think academics can do is that by being consistent in their efforts in the community, they can help create a more clear narrative about what the community wants, right? That they help the community articulate, they can help correlate, they can help clarify, they can be very consistent in their ability to say, like, I hear what you're saying, that fits into this conversation that's in academia in this way, you have value in what you're saying, this is the way that we can value, this is the way we can document, this is the way that we can make it a part of the academic record in a way that can be verified, amplified, codified, and applied. These are the things that we can do really consistently. And I think over time, those things always have a positive effect because community members see themselves and the value of their knowledge being acknowledged in a way that's consistent. And that can only, I think, in the long term help when you're having these conversations about what the future is. Like when you're having a conversation about what the future is, everybody's voices counts. Everybody's voices count when you're having a conversation about, is there gonna be a tomorrow? Everybody's voices count. And I firmly believe that. And I think if people are given a chance, they recognize that 9 times out of 10.
So I'm going to be real fast with this. It's not as clean and not as high-minded as my man Julian laid it out. There's a war going on outside no man is safe from. You can run, but you can't hide forever from these done streets that we just took. You walk around scared to look, you shook, because ain't no such thing as halfway crooks. That's my academic life. I come in here, and yeah, I got a master, so many bibliographies, memorized hundreds of texts, published articles, reproduced for Oxford University Press and Cambridge University Press, and make sure I get recognized by Princeton, Yale, no offense, Virginia, like these places that are considered elite. But that never would have had the point to save a black community. That was never the priority of any of these places. And so what did I have to do to get them to hear it and recognize it? Is in the first case, for my undergraduate, I had to help raise $100 million. In the second case, during my early pre-dissertation grad school, I had to raise another $100 million. I had to work for Bill Clinton's National Dialogue on Race for my R1 institution and help them transform a place called the Apollo into the Leah Corus Center, which cost over $50 million. As I then moved into tenure track, raised over $50 million from my school on the tenure track that basically went to fund Africana studies that they had never had a graduate in. And we graduated 30 students with the highest GPA aggregate for black students in the institution's history. It was the measurables that I was producing for the institutions that gave me the freedom to do the T. Thomas Fortune Project, to work with the Obama administration on the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, so that hundreds, thousands of cities got $600 billion to do the work to restore community institutions and protect and recover from the Great Recession. Same formula for the Biden administration in this Bipartisan Infrastructure Act to the tune of $2 trillion that we're still seeing spent out. my leverage was always external to the academic metrics. Yeah, I'll publish X, Y, and Z. You want me to have a book? I'm going to have 2 books and 7 articles. You want me to come out? I'm going to do all the things to build out digital public history, invent the Metropole and Black Perspectives, sit with my man and brainstorm. How do we do academics at the ZORA Festival? So that we can all sit here today. And then at the end of it, to stop the criticism, when I can go online through a social media platform and get 4 billion people to learn about racial violence in the US, I don't care if you go on Google Scholar and you see I only got 30 citations. I got too many folks that already know and have internalized the knowledge that I produce that is not measured by your impact index. And so I created my own structure of measurement, assessment, accountability. And because it was monetary, because it was massive in terms of participation, they give me an endowed chair next month. Stop. That's that same elitist, oh my God, you did. We're full professors. Remember we would brainstorm on how we were going to get to be full professors?
Survive. Survive. That was the.
But like, you get resources for these ridiculous titles that they pass out. And so I get an extra $1.5 million because I get an endowed chair so I can do more community work. Okay, I will fight through to do it. But I got to carry a man's name on it. His name is DeWitt Wallace. He's the child of one of the presidents of the college back in the 40s. One of the worst racists in the world founded Reader's Digest. But I got to be grateful for his name being associated with mine so that I can go forward and do the work. And the real plan is that I'm raising another $1 million so I can take his name off it and name it after the Black faculty member who they never gave tenure, who taught there for 40 years. The material reality is how you beat back a lot of the BS that comes with being lonely in this joint. But the cost is high. I got terrible heart trouble. I can barely breathe some days. I fight very hard to make sure I see my kids grow up and be successful. I would not inflict, I refuse to inflict anything like this on people without opening the door and being transparent about what you have to do to survive and try to move through the process. So you're absolutely right with that question. Taking it on and trying to fight through it, anybody that's in academics here will tell you, there's all kinds of stuff that you just thought it was going to be different and maybe a little bit better. The only way you do it well is when you choose your own path and fight to craft it out. And when someone says, oh, you can't, let them go their own way and do it yours. You can succeed where they say you can't. Anyway, I'm sorry, I will preach.
Chuck, yes. Thank you for all you shared so far. Happy to be here. So in keeping with the issue of data and the DuPont story, when I freshly finished my coursework in health psychology, I had an internship with one of the major government agencies around health for a survey going into communities and finding Black people and asking their children about their use of a certain substance that was no longer as acceptable. And this grant was co-sponsored by the actual seller of the substance. And me being young and bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, I went and I did my job. And I had an elderly Black woman pull me to the side, this was over a decade ago, and reprimand me like, how could you, how dare you come into our communities and perpetuate this sort of data taking that is going to harm us, that has historically harmed us. And even after 4 years of education in an HBCU, I never even realized that that's actually what this is likely to do. I thought I was helping. I went on and now I work in the intersection of tech, mental health, and community building. And I have been mortified to see from the tech side how much data is taken, who owns it and who doesn't, and the lack of sovereignty that people have. So with that, I would like your opinions and recommendations on how do people of color, how would you recommend that they go about deciding what to share, who to share it with, what to keep, what to hide, what to protect? So I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
That's a good question. I would say if you got a digital phone, go in it, and if you have an iPhone, go to privacy and security and go in and turn everything off, and then go one by one and look, do you want to share data? Because your phone collects more data than you know, right? It's not quite like on TV, but it's freaking close. Because like on TV, they can make a 3D model on it. No, you can't do that. But they know where you are. A lot of apps listen to you. That's why you might say something, and then when you're searching, ad comes up. Like that's why. Your Amazon Echo, your Google whatever, they all listen. They all listen. And if you got a Ring phone, a Ring thing, turn that off, because they sell that data to police, right? Like there's a whole data background there that's like really weird. There's an argument to be made that you should start hyper personal. So the number one device that most people use is their cell phone. So I always go turn that off, and then go in and like turn things on one by one to whether or not you want it reporting. Apple does have it set up so it asks the apps have to ask to track across platforms. A lot of apps are set up by default to track across all activity. Turn it off. If you want to, you should stop using almost all the major browsers, because they got a lot of embedded cookies that track across platforms. So, I mean, I tell students this, they go like, what is that? Like DuckDuckGo is a browser that it is on the spectrum much better in terms of privacy, right? But of course, also because of the nature of information, it doesn't. When you search in that, you can see the difference. I would say that. Opera is another browser that you could use that has greater privacy. So, and there are lots of websites that you can go to that will talk to you about privacy. They're in Electronic Freedom Foundation, they have lots of primers that you can go on. Whenever you are getting something online, if you actually read the terms and conditions, you will lose your mind, right? If you actually read the terms and conditions, right? Because to do anything, you gotta agree. The fine print in that agreement is like, oh, and by the way, your soul, right? Like that's how fine it is. So you gotta hope that at some future point, you don't need your soul. I mean, it's the truth. I mean, I say all of this and also recognize a normal human being walks through the world. I'm like, I want to be able to use stuff normally. I want to be able to use Google, because that's the most effective browser for a reason, but it's the most effective browser. So whenever we're giving you recommendations, you got to pick and choose which makes sense. You really have a problem when it comes to third party, right? Like you don't know if any company that you are a customer of, how they're selling your information. Like I know for a fact that data breaches over the last 5 years have caused me problems, because I get weird texts on my phone, and I also know that like my data is on the dark web, right? Because AT&T got hacked, and they were finally forced to admit it because of a lawsuit, and right, and they paid for credit checking. If any of you have an AT&T phone, you actually have obligation. They have to pay for 1 year of data checking for you because of the hack. It was a class action lawsuit. I actually filled out paperwork, so I got my free. So I know that my name is on these data broker websites, but if you didn't fill out the paperwork, you don't know. So that wasn't super helpful, but that's the truth.
I'm sorry. I was just going to offer an analog version.
Turn everything on.
No, I agree with everything you said. I did that actually last week. I went in and like turned off a lot of stuff. But I think also, so we work with another neighborhood up in Nassau County, Florida, called American Beach. It's a historically African-American beach community founded in 1935 by the Afro-American Life Insurance Company. I used to work for Nassau County, so I've worked with the community up there for many years. And we're working with them again, and we love it. It's really fantastic. They are a super engaged community. We do a lot of community meetings there, in-person community meetings on Saturday mornings. The neighborhood turns out. They're very low tech. We maybe have a PowerPoint, maybe we don't. There's lots of dialogue and conversation, face-to-face, in person. But to your point about what to share and what not to share, and Ennis has worked with them too as a consultant, so we have a pretty good relationship with the community. We speak to them outside of the formality of these meetings, and they keep us in the loop on things. But we attended a meeting one Saturday, and there's always someone from the county there because they're county projects. But do you remember this? We were meeting, and then we had the meeting, and they were like, okay, it's been nice, but y'all have to get out. And they were like, you have to leave. Me, Ennis, and the county staff, they were like, you have to leave the room. We have to have a family meeting. Y'all are not included. And we were like, okay. So they had stuff they needed to talk about to kind of figure out amongst themselves related to the project we were working on, and they did not want us to hear it or share it with us. And what that dialogue was and what that back and forth was, they did not want us to hear it. So I think sometimes it's just literally a matter of like, you gotta go. Like, we don't want you in the room right now. And consultants like us, we're okay with it because we're like, yeah, we get that. There are a lot of consultants and planners we work with that would be horrified and offended and would take that really personally. But it's not about that. It's about, this is the community. They're the experts. They're gonna lead, and this is how they want to handle it. So yeah, I think sometimes it's as simple as like, don't let the door hit you on the way out.
I'm just going to go real fast with this. A lot of folks I'm working with since October, November are moving away from WhatsApp, and WhatsApp is really convenient, and FaceTime is similar, where you're trying to communicate with folks, and it's not just a phone call, but you can see and interact. They share and sell all your data. If you want a more private alternative, it's Signal is the app that you want, and as long as you're not actively giving away your info by using one of these really aggressive browsers, Signal will protect you more. And so lots of folks who are on this issue, that's their current recommendation. Same thing, Signal. Yeah.
I think we are at 3 o'clock, and we want to make sure everyone has a break between sessions and time to get some snacks, water, bathrooms. And I just want to thank our panel. Thank you. So we will have our second keynote address at 3:15, so please stay. So while people are getting settled in, I just want to invite you tomorrow to another great program. In the morning, we have a student poster session, and then in the afternoon, panels. We have a land justice panel, and we have an Eatonville citizens panel tomorrow afternoon. So if you can join us, that would be great. All right, well, thank you. That was a great session. I loved how everyone rushed to the front to continue the conversation. That's always a sign of a good session. So, but we have another great session, and I'm very pleased to introduce my friend and longtime colleague and someone who has been part of the ZORA Festival for a while now, but doesn't get to visit very often, my friend Claire Hynes. Claire Hynes is an associate professor in literature and creative writing at the University of East Anglia in the UK. She's an award-winning writer of fiction, creative nonfiction, memoir, and theater monologues. Her writing has appeared in Wasafari Journal of International Contemporary and Bath Short Story Award Anthology, among other publications. Her theater monologues have been performed at the Contact Theatre in Manchester, England. She has been selected as a Civitella Ranieri Writing Fellow for 2025, so congratulations, Claire. Claire is a former award-winning BBC documentary filmmaker and a former news editor of the Black British newspaper, The Voice. And I should probably introduce our discussant at the same time here, and then everything will flow. But we're also extremely happy to have Dr. Michelle Cohen-Gibbs here with us. Michelle is a member of our academics committee, so it's, I think, your first visit to Eatonville. So thank you for coming all the way from California. Dr. Gibbs is an assistant professor of theater arts and program liaison for the BA in Theater Arts at Cal State University, Long Beach. Her scholarly research interests include a spectrum of interdisciplinary studies in critical identity and multidisciplinary scholarship in Black performativity, solo performance, dance, acting theory, and early 20th century Black theater and performance. Dr. Gibbs has publications in the Black Theater Review, the Journal of American Drama and Theater, Cultural Studies, Critical Methodologies, and book chapters in Impacting Theater Audiences, Methods of Studying Change, which came out in 2022. So I'm going to ask Claire to present, and then Michelle and Claire will have a conversation around the subject of Claire's presentation. So, Claire.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for inviting me here. I'm so delighted to be here from the UK. So I'm going to be talking about room for recovery, reclaiming Black women's knowledge of place and space making. And I'm going to do that by thinking about, talking about an ancestor of mine called Missy Williams, who was enslaved on the island of Antigua in the Caribbean. That's where I still have a lot of family. So I'm going to talk about that. That's an oral narrative that I'm exploring and writing about. I'm also going to talk about other Black women who have inspired me as a writer and whose writing I really love. Of course, Zora Neale Hurston has to be part of that. I'm also going to bring in Alice Walker, and an enslaved abolitionist called Mary Prince. So I was asked yesterday, I think, what is a British person doing here, coming and speaking, you know, about African Americans. So I should say that I'm coming at this in terms of thinking about the African diaspora and in terms of a shared history of place and space. I also want to give you just a bit of context as well. So I was born in Britain, and in Britain, I've been part of different communities. I'm now in a very kind of white space, a white university town. And when I was younger, I moved out of a multicultural area, lived in London, and then lived in kind of white suburban area. So I've always grappled with these issues of how I'm seen and how my body is interpreted in different spaces and how I'm expected to respond in those spaces. And I was asked so many times when I was growing up, where are you from? And I said, well, I'm from Britain. And they'd say, well, where are you really from? And I'd say, from Britain. And that was because there was a lack of understanding about our history. So this is a map of Antigua, which is the place that I really looked to as a young person to try and figure out where I was really from, because I felt as if I wasn't really from Britain. And it's here that my mother left when she was 16. She answered a call by Britain to come and work. So Britain needed workers and called for people in the Caribbean to come and help out. And they'd been brought up thinking about Britain as being the mother country, and everything about Britain was seen as great. The way people, talked, you weren't allowed to speak in a particular vernacular in the schools, otherwise you'd be disciplined. You learned about Shakespeare and stories about, the snow, and poetry about, all the great poets and all the great writers. So she came here to help out the mother country, worked as a nurse, and then experienced a lot of racism. So I was interested in her story, and then going back, her mother's story. And so my family, I don't have a pointer. Sometimes when you're doing these academic talks, you get a pointer. But I'm just going to go up and show you where my family are from, and then I'll have to come back. So they're from the south of the island, over here. Right, I'm going to... ran to escape the plantation. I've deliberately shared a really old map from the 18th century, because what I find really interesting about this map is the way that it's divided and the names that are given to particular places. All the places on the island, I wish I could move this up a bit. All the places on the island are named after slaveholders, planters. So they're all the names of men who owned basically people on the island. And so the plantation where my ancestor worked, who I'm really interested in, he was called Colonel Roland Edward Williams, and his son was called Colonel Roland Edward Williams. And I can find so much information about Roland Williams, or all his fancy titles. So I know, for instance, that he kept around 250 enslaved people, including my ancestor, on this plantation called Claremont. And I know that when slavery was abolished in 1833, he gained compensation from the British government to the tune of the equivalent of half a million US dollars. And that for the 3 plantations he owned, it was near enough the equivalent of $1 million. So I have lots of information about him, but I don't want to make this talk about him. I've even seen letters from him asking him where his money is from the British government. But I think it's really important that the oral narrative that I'm interested in, for me, it's reliable. It's based on stories not only presented in my family that I was shared by my mother, but also a man called Papa Samuels, who lived to the age of 106 years old. His mother was enslaved and called Rachel, and this guy called Papa Samuels knew everything about everyone on the island, all the stories he remembered. He was hugely clever, and he recounted all these stories. And I had many conversations with his son, Keithlin Smith, who passed away in 2020, to find out more. So this is what kind of drives me on to think about place and space, because as you can see, this map is divided up, it's construct. There's nothing about the indigenous people who obviously weren't able to name the island or name the place. Moving on to the next slide, here's a representation of the place, Antigua. Around the time I think that Missy was a young person, 1823. And these are paintings by an artist called William Clark. Now, he was invited by the planters, by the slaveholders, to go to Antigua and make these representations of people at work. The reason he was invited to do that was because the anti-abolitionist movement was growing, and people were getting a bit kind of nervous about this. The slaveholders were getting nervous, and they wanted to present a picture of workers being quite happily, going along in the fields. So we obviously don't see the gruesome side of life. The picture on the right is of a boiling house. So the Williams estate would have had 2 boiling houses where they take the sugar and boil it up and turn it into a liquid. Comes sugar, also a distillery where they make rum. So it's a really grueling work, working, obviously in hot sun in the fields, but also in the boiling house at significantly high temperatures. And obviously in the fields are the risks of losing limbs or losing your life, working with the wind, having to put sugar cane into these windmills. So there's a lot of risks. And then particularly thinking about, questions of women's experience, it's important to note that there are particular experiences that women, enslaved women, would have encountered. Not only that they were expected to work in the fields at the same rate as men, but that they were subject to sexual violence and their children could be taken away. So there's a particularity there. And then, so going back to my ancestors' experience, Missy Williams, so the story passed down is that she was a young woman, a teenager, and that she fled due to sexual violence and ran into the hills and lived in a cave. I don't know whether she lived on her own or whether she lived with a community as part of the Maroon community. But this story has been incredibly compelling to me. And I think what I want to explore in this talk is the way in which we can think about her as creating a space in which she could feel a sense of freedom, where she had a sense of agency over her life. So I've been to Antigua to carry out quite a lot of research, which has its perks, but I have done quite a bit of research as well as lying on the beach. But I made a documentary in 2023, a BBC World Service documentary, which had quite a lot of attention. I got a significant amount of some really great comments from people who listened to that documentary. But at the time, I didn't manage to go and do all the research that I wanted to do. So I went back last year and wanted to go specifically in the hills, because previously I've been told it's so difficult to do, and you'll need to take someone who knows the way. So I went into the hills, but first of all, this slide is about the estate. So I also actually was a bit naughty and probably took someone and figured out where this estate was, and the remains of the house are still there. So that felt really powerful to me when we're thinking about these questions of place, actually being in that place and thinking, wow, my ancestor would have been here. What would it have been like? What would she have seen? So this is up in the hills. So took Refika, who just knows about hills, and again, we talked earlier about the knowledge that comes from the people, the knowledge outside of the book learning that tells you this is this tree and this is this, this is this bird, or whatever it is. There's so much knowledge that has not been written down to do with local people's knowledge of the different plants, the ways in which people would have found food and eaten food. So on the right, there's something that has a very kind of, a very local name, But it's almost like a nut, and you break the shell, and what's the food stuff that you can eat that's within that shell is almost like bread, so it can fill people up. And that's got a name called stinking toe. That's what local people call it. And then Refika told me about the kind of wood she would have burned if she wanted to make fires without creating smoke. So there's a huge amount of knowledge there. So when I got to the top of the hill, which is called Boggy Peak, this is the view that I had of the estate below. And I thought about how my ancestor would have stood there and not been seen. For someone who was working on the plantation and whose life was about always being watched. And in this position, she was able to watch others. She was in a position of power and agency. And I thought about the level of creativity and ingenuity it would have taken for a young woman to be up there, perhaps on her own, and to survive. So I think there's a really helpful book which was referenced in your panel discussion earlier, which is Catherine McKittrick's Demonic Grounds, Black Women and Cartographies of Struggle. So in it, Catherine Kittrick says this: traditional geographies did, and arguably still do, require black displacement, black placelessness, black labour, and a black population that submissively stays in place. Enforcing black placelessness captivity was central to processes of enslavement and the physical geographies of the slave system. So we can think about that historically, that idea of the way in which placelessness is part of the inheritance many of us have through the fact that we were forcibly taken from a place and then taken to these other places where we didn't have power in terms of when we could leave. You know, you can only leave the plantation unless you're given a pass. And thinking about what that must be like to feel so contained. This is outside of the idea that, or you know, the notion of kind of being put in holes if you're punished, or being put in a cage, as people were in Antigua, in the centre of the city, men and women crammed together in a cage like animals. So this I think really helps us think about traditionally the role of place and space. This is another really helpful concept that helps me to think about Missy's life and the lives of other enslaved people and women in this case. So from Stephanie Camp, book called Closer to Freedom, she talks about this idea about rival geographies, and that there are these different spaces that enslaved people were managing to carve out in their life. So she says the rival geography provided space for private and public creative expression, rest and recreation, alternative communication, and importantly, resistance to planters' domination of every move. So we can think about that idea in terms of the cave as being a rival geography, that idea that I mentioned of Missy having agency. But we can think also about the different ways in which enslaved people found creatively different ways in which they had some sense of freedom. So I want to turn now to discuss Mary Prince, who was an enslaved woman who was born in the Caribbean in Bermuda in 1788, just to help us to think about these questions a bit more. So Mary Prince, an incredible woman who was the first woman, let alone black woman, to petition the British Parliament to challenge the idea that she should remain an enslaved person. This was when she moved to London in 1829. But here's a sense, first of all, of the kinds of ways in which she was forcibly moved into different spaces. So she's born in Bermuda. She's then taken to Grand Turk Island when she's a young woman. Then she's back in Bermuda. Then she's in Antigua for 13 years. And I went to this house which is still standing, where she would have worked as a domestic worker. And then she's taken to London in 1828. She had 4 different owners, and she was hard out to work on lots of different occasions. And sometimes there's this idea about, oh, well, she would have worked in the big house, she had an easy ride, but actually she was hard out in Bermuda to work in salt marshes, and it gave her really awful, she suffered really awful health problems as a result. When she moved to London, she was forced to do all this washing for the family, and she had rheumatism, various health issues, and was in great pain. So for her, she felt as if she had to leave, but it wasn't, as we'll learn, it wasn't just about her fighting for herself. So the other incredible thing that Mary Prince did was that her life story was documented. She ran away from her owners in London to the anti-slavery office and insisted that her story was told in her own words. So these are some of the words that that come from her autobiography, which I think help us again to think about rival geographies and the way that she managed to find some kind of personal agency. So she says, whenever I carried the children their lunch at school, I ran round and went to hear the teachers. So she's managing to find a way to get herself an education. And also when she was younger, she was looking after children and managed to learn to read and write from those children. And also later on in Antigua, she joined a church without her owner's permission and found ways to learn to read and write. So she was really adept at just finding ways through to educate herself. So she also talks about her entrepreneurial spirit. She says, when my master and mistress went from home, as they sometimes did, and left me to take care of the house and premises, I had a good deal of time to myself and made the most of it. I took in washing and sold coffee and yams and other provisions to the captains of ships. I did not sit still idling in the absence of my owners, for I wanted, by all honest means, to earn money to buy my freedom. Sometimes I bought a hog cheap on board ship and sold it for double the money on shore. I also earned a good deal of money by selling coffee. By this time, I, by degrees, acquired a little cash. So here was a woman determined. She actually raised enough money to buy her own freedom, but wasn't successful. Her owner refused her. But, she was, as we say in London, ducking and diving to find a way through to make something, carve out some kind of space for herself. The other thing that strikes me that I find interesting about this is the way that Mary Prince represents herself and represents others in this book. So anyway, I'll read this and then say something about it. So towards the end of this autobiography, she makes a direct appeal to the reader. So she's thinking this is going to be read by British people. She's described her life and the things she's lived with, the violence she's experienced, sexual as well, but she has to be careful because the readers don't want to hear too much. And she says, I have been a slave myself. I know what slaves feel. I can tell by myself what other slaves feel and by what they have told me. The man that says slaves can be quite happy in slavery, that they don't want to be free, that man is either ignorant or a lying person. They will have work, 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 night and day, sick or well, till we are quite done up, and we must not speak or look amiss, however much we be abused. And then when we are quite done up, who cares for us more than a lame horse? This is slavery. I tell it to let English people know the truth. So here's a woman who's not afraid to speak her mind, but what she's doing is calling on her feelings. So I think there's something here about thinking about kind of locating, we're talking about place and space, but being able to locate feelings and to have the confidence to say, you know, no, you're wrong. You see me as this. You see I should be confined in this space, but actually I don't agree with you. I know this about myself, and I know this about others. So she's advocating on behalf of all black people, wherever they are in the diaspora. And this brings me on to the wonderful Zora Neale Hurston, who I think explores these issues of kind of personhood and feeling, and thinking about the self, who one is in the space and how we inhabit spaces. So I'm really interested in this essay. Obviously there is, you know, their eyes were watching God, there's dust tracks on a road, there are lots of amazing texts by Zora Neale Hurston, but this essay in particular I find really interesting, and it really resonates with my own experience. So she starts by the essay by kind of saying, oh, you know, I'm coloured and that's who I am, but there's, you know, and then she kind of explores this idea of, you know, am I really coloured? And I might feel more coloured in this space, but actually I'm not seen as coloured in this space. So it's a really interesting way of kind of deconstructing the idea of race. So she says this early on in the essay. I remember the very day that I became coloured. Up to my 13th year, I lived in the little Negro town of Eatonville. It is exclusively a coloured town. And then she says, during this period, white people differed from colour to me only in that they rode through town and never lived there. So this is her early experience of you know, growing up in Eatonville. She's able to just be herself in this space. She's Zora. And then she goes on to talk about how when she goes to Jacksonville, all of a sudden she's a little coloured girl. You know, she's not herself. And that's something I really could, you know, really resonated with me growing up. It's like, oh, yeah, no longer am I Claire. I'm supposed to be this black person that, you know, you are imposing these ideas about who I should be. But I think this essay is really helpful in terms of thinking about the various ways in which she transforms spaces. I think there's so much here in playing with the different ways in which she's overcoming the ridiculousness of race and the ridiculousness of placing people and coming to assumptions about who they are. So she does this early on in the essay where she says, so she's describing how, yeah, she's in Eatonville, and she finds this space that she really likes, that she likes to sit up on this space on a gallery seat. So she says, the front porch, as she's telling this story about her experiences, her younger life, the front porch might seem a daring place for the rest of the town, but it was a gallery seat for me. My favourite place was atop the gatepost. Proscenium box for a born first-nighter. Not only did I enjoy the show, but I didn't mind the actors knowing that. I liked it. So she's transformed this space, which is, you know, a simple gatepost, into a place in which she feels, you know, she's got all this, she's able to watch others, you know, similar to Missy being on top of the hill and that power of being able to observe others. Here, she's able to do that as a young person. And she's enjoying the show. You know, this is positive. This is empowering for her. Another example of the way she sort of transforms spaces. She talks about when she's in a white space, which is Barnard College, where she's doing her anthropological studies, and she says, among the 1,000 white persons, I am a dark rock, surged upon and overswept, but through it all, I remain myself. I love that image of the dark rock. I mean, that just conveys stillness, it conveys self-knowledge, it conveys pride, confidence so much. I really feel like that's an image that, well, I can learn from, and maybe, you know, we can learn from. A final example I'm going to give, although there are more in this essay, it's so rich, is where she says towards the end, or she writes towards the end, at certain times I have no race, I am me. When I set my hat at a certain angle and saunter down 7th Avenue, Harlem City, feeling as snooty as the lions in front of the 42nd Street Library, for instance. So the simple act, and we know Zora loves her hats, of setting her hat at a particular angle, and you can imagine her kind of walking and taking up space, that is giving her a real sense of self-worth, power, pride. So in essence, she's transforming that space. Someone else could be in that space and be like, oh my gosh, this is so annoying, like, oh God, I'm having a terrible day. And she's owning that space and making it into something really positive and wonderful. I'm going to move on to Alice Walker now, which we know, I'm sure everyone knows, the Zora Neale Hurston and Alice Walker connection. So this essay that Alice Walker wrote, In Search of Our Mother's Gardens, I think really helps us to think about questions of place and space and black women's inheritance around this issue. So in the essay, she's responding to Virginia Woolf's essay, A Room of One's Own. Virginia Woolf, obviously this canonical figure in the UK and elsewhere, who's written about woman. And the essay was seen as a kind of Bible for women and seen as being sort of, representative of all women's experience by the kind of establishment. And here Alice Walker in this essay is saying, hang on a minute. In this essay, Woolf is writing about women and women's experiences and the way in which women need a room and money of their own in order to write, to do something creative, talking about writing, creativity. And Alice Walker sort of challenges that idea about, what it means to be creative and says, well, actually, our mothers were doing loads of different creative things. They didn't necessarily need a room or money. So I think this helps, again, to think about, the various ways in which women were managing to find positive spaces. So she writes about her mother and says, I noticed that it is only when my mother is working in her flowers that she is radiant, almost to the point of being invisible, except as creator, hand and eye. She is involved in work her soul must have, ordering the universe in the image of her personal conception of beauty. And I've highlighted that section, ordering the universe, because again, that's a form of placemaking, isn't it? She's not. This isn't about, I don't know, a planter saying this is my plot here and this is the plot over here and this is where the sugar plantation is. She's working with nature in a positive way to bring life, and at the same time It's bringing joy not only to herself but to others who are passing by and seeing the garden, and she's giving people cuttings. And I think I think that kind of expands the idea of placemaking and space making as not just being a kind of isolated, you're working in your study to produce this thing that goes, that is published. It's like, well, actually, this can be more collaborative. It can be more about communities, caring for communities, and nourishing the self. So partly when I thought about, well, I've been writing a lot about rooms and spaces, and this is another book which I find really helpful, Dion Brand's A Map to the Door of No Return. But this quote, I think, is really inspiring. So she says, one enters a room and history follows. One enters a room and history proceeds. History is already seated in the chair in the empty room when one arrives. And when I first read this book and thought about that quote, I was thinking about the ways in which, as I'm moving in different spaces, I mentioned even Antigua and joked, oh, well, not just sitting on the beach, but actually when I'm when I'm in Antigua, I'm still seeing the after effects of slavery all around me, or I'm still aware of the way in which ancestors were occupying that space. Even you can see the big houses still, the names of, as I mentioned before, the names are still there. They've got, my uncle lives in Royal Gardens, and Isaac Royal was the person who donated his wealth that he owned from that he gained from slavery to set up the law school, Harvard Law School. So there are all these connections all over the place. You can see trees, and it's like, yeah, that's where people were hung. So there are all these different ways in which I think about history and space as being present. But I think after reading that and thinking about that difficult history, I've also been thinking about the possibilities of being aware of what went on in the past, the resilience of people to survive, and the creativity and ingenuity people used in order to survive that I think we can really learn from today. And I think if we can be kind of attentive to these spaces where we feel renewed, Missy was thinking about, the cave, that made her feel alive. How can we be mindful? How can we do what Missy did, what Alice Walker did, Mary Prince, Zora Neale Hurston, and be really attentive to the self. Ignore whatever's going on outside and what others are saying about who we are, but how can we be attentive to the way that we're feeling and what our needs are, whether that's about thinking about spaces of home or in the hairdresser or walking down the street in Eatonville. What is it that renews us, that nourishes us? And I'd like to finish with a quote from Zora Neale Hurston. I thought it was only fitting in a letter to County Cullen, where she says, "I have the nerve to walk my own way, however hard, in my search for reality, rather than climbing on the rattling wagon of wishful illusions." So that's what I'm hoping to take forward, and that I think is really helpful, that idea about being attentive and walking my own way, walking our own paths, and making our journeys and our spaces and places positive and nourishing for us and for others. Thank you.
Wonderful talk. Let me see, which one should I use? Yes, this one? Okay. Is this one working?
No.
Oh,
it is
it's
now.
not? Okay. Okay, great. Wow, what an incredible talk. Thank you so much, Dr. Hynes, for such a beautiful reflection on the power of narrative and the ability at which one has to navigate one's history and one's lineage and ancestry through very personal, very evocative ways, and that work becomes personal, and it really takes on a sense of knowing of oneself that is very connected to, I think of as performance. I also think of it as embracing performativity, and not one of, sort of like thinking of acting, I'm play acting, I'm thinking of a character that's not necessarily connected to me, but it is one of embracing someone else's that's connected to ancestry and being able to almost live through that through a very performative way that can feed the soul and really help us embrace Black joy, particularly Black women's joy. And so I'm really intrigued by that, and super excited to get into that conversation with you. Yes, it's true, I do theater. But I'm also really interested, actually, the framing of my own scholarship is, yes, in theater and performance and dance, but it's very much connected to critical identity studies. I find that we know ourselves more when we consume the things that bring us joy, and that how that process becomes a performance of. And so if you think about worship, the sense of being in church, we're in this church, and we think of the way we worship, that process of worshiping is performative, and we come to know ourselves more so through the very act of putting one's hands together and reaching up for the sky, for God to bless us, God to anoint us. We also do it through cooking in the kitchen as well. And so I find that those thinking about critical identity studies from that perspective really gains another sense of knowing. And so that's how I'd like to frame the conversation, as well as thinking about what it is that you're bringing up in your talk about the way that these beautiful Black women have been able to negotiate practices, certain practices that serve for us as frameworks. These are beautiful frameworks that allow us to, we're scholars and academics, and we do this work in academic spaces and in teaching spaces, but not everybody in this room are academics. And so how do you think about your own practice, your own thinking about your ancestry, your own thinking about the communities at which you are a part of and in which you are bridging and forming yourselves and knowing yourselves more through? How are you thinking about that work in terms of doing it every single day? And even going into 23andMe and doing Ancestry.com as a way to create a path, a beautiful path to something in order to know who you are, have some glimpse of who it is that you are. And so I'm really interested in the frameworks that you're presenting in your work. So I'm really, I took a bunch of notes, person to me. I'm really interested in your notion of the compelling and how the work is compelling for you, and how it also carves out a space of agency. And so I'm wondering if you could talk to us a little bit about the way that the compellingness of the work sort of brought you to this. What is it about, about the stories that you've been part of, the visit to Antigua? What is the sort of compelling nature? Because I find that as a framework, we have to be compelled. It's almost as if we're called to it. We're called to the sense of knowing. And so I'd love to hear a little bit about what it is that called you to this particular work.
That's a really interesting question, Dr. Michelle. I guess there are so many different things, and as I say, part of it is to do with my childhood. What compelled me to think about, places and spaces in which I felt uncomfortable or which I felt comfortable in, and what that was. And always when I went to Antigua, I felt a sense of comfortability. My daughter's 16 and she's asking, why aren't we living in Antigua? So And also working in academia, there was the really interesting question about kind of isolation. I work in a very white university in a white city, and I'm forever having to ask these questions about, you know, why the way I'm embodied has such an impact on my experience in that institution. I can't just show up and do my job in the way that my colleagues do their job. It's hard work and it's a battle. And maybe if I felt more of a sense of at-homeness or belonging in the UK, if I didn't have these issues, I wouldn't, you know, I wouldn't be drawn to it in that way. I've had white friends or colleagues who say to me, "Oh, but you're always talking about race, or you're always writing about race," and it's like, this isn't about me. This is about what's going on outside of me that I'm having to respond to and try to make sense of. So that kind of curiosity, that kind of research, that kind of going to Antigua, I go, you know, at least once a year, if not twice, for my research, but also because it's restorative. But I'm compelled, I feel compelled to explore because these stories aren't being told. The stories are, the story of my ancestor isn't being told, and you know, if other people aren't doing that, then you know, I have to do it. It's quite. It does feel like it's pressure. You know, it's not easy. It's quite difficult work. I mean, you know, writing is difficult as it is. Carving out the space to write is difficult. And I guess being a parent, there are lots of different things I could talk about. Yeah. But you know, being a parent, parenting independently for a lot of my time, and then having to do that in an academic institution that doesn't understand that. Living with precarity, living in different situations, living in a nice house, and then, you know, finding myself being living precariously when I left London and came to, you know, I had money, and then it's like being in academia, I have no money and I have a child, and I'm, you know, this is a long answer, but there are so many different ways in which my experience as a gendered person, as someone who's racialized the way that I am, has made this feel so important.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I find as well that as, you know, as Black people, we are continually asked to justify ourselves. And as Black women, there's the expectation that we constantly know and are go-tos for certain spaces. And so I really honor that response of that the work becomes a sense of it's ours, it's personal, and it belongs to us, and it allows us to inhabit a sense of Black joy that is, I'll say Black female joy as well, that is really restorative. And that compellingness brings us to this, and even though often it's murky, you know, the process of moving through history, oral history, you know, textual history, visual history can be very murky, but that it does, even the process of going through, we not only gain a sense of sort of understanding of ourselves, but we can embrace the joy that it feels to have that sense of agency. It is some privilege to be able to do that work. But I find that when we do embrace the murkiness, we embrace the challenge and build the pathway, that it does provide a sense of joy that it can bring Black joy.
I love the way you shifted that into territories of joy, yeah. And that's so true. I think that part of what I love about Zora Neale Hurston's work is that sense of joy, and also the celebration of Black culture or Black women's lives. And for me, how that relates to my my situation is I've always felt privileged or fortunate that I have access to such a rich cultural knowledge, inheritance from Antigua, where I just think, to me, the language is beautiful. I can't, you know, the idea that people would say this is inferior, where it's so, you know, Zora Neale Hurston has written about the language, it's so images, it's full of images, it's clever. You know, when we study language in academia, it's like, well, you know, it needs to be figurative, it needs to be dramatic, it needs to have energy, and it's like, this is within, you know, Black vernacular. So I love that idea, or I love the fact that I have access to this amazing knowledge, and you know, my family in the UK as well, you know, connected to Brixton community, and you know, I don't know how much you know about Brixton, but that was a centre of, you know, racial uprisings, but also a centre in which a lot was going on when I worked at the Voice newspaper. I was the news editor in the 1990s. And it was just a great sense of community, like working with all these people, you know, we were all young, Black people working for this newspaper. We were, you know, representing the community. It was a dynamic, rich, exciting time, and you've got, you know, the music and, you know, forms of Black British music, the knowledge, just everything. You know, it's rich, it's exciting, and it's like this is fabulous. Like, it is joyful, and it's beautiful. There's so much there that's joyful, and so much there that's beautiful that we need to kind of celebrate.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I'm also really thinking about the way that Zora in their, I also think she does this in Their Eyes Were Watching God. We see that, or I think we see this very clearly when I explain it. And then I also think in this essay as well, that the ability to navigate these precarious spaces becomes almost as if she's a watcher. She's kind of sitting on the outside of that, and trying to figure out where it is that she situates in that outsider-insider, from the outsider-insider perspective. And that the ability to sort of not just sort of geographically think about and locate oneself in northern spaces for Hurston, southern spaces for Hurston, but just her ability to be sort of a watcher and a blend, and to be able to try to attempt to blend in. I think part of that is her anthropological spirit and her ethnographic spirit as well. But I wonder if you could talk to us a little bit about your experience, perhaps maybe embracing, or maybe not so much embracing, that ability to both be insider, outsider. And even the process of sitting on that hill and watching and overlooking that, the process at which your ancestor Missy does that, and Zora does that. I'm wondering if you could also frame for us your position as the watcher, as both the insider and the outsider.
That's a really, really interesting question, and a really, really difficult question as well, because I might not be conscious of the moments where I'm inside or outside. I guess it kind of shifts all the time, and when I'm in Antigua, there are times similar to the kind of essay there, the way in which that identity or that experience is shifting. So there are times where I feel deeply Antiguan, and very much, you know, I have lots of friends there, and we go out, and some people think that I am Antiguan, and even though I speak as I speak, but, you know, lots of different people in Antigua. And there are other times where I feel slightly kind of distant. I guess also as an academic, because Zora tells that story about how when she started in anthropology, she went in as as the kind of expert and spoke in her, you know, proper sort of, you know, university academic voice, and got nothing, and then kind of went in and just kind of relaxed into it. and people started opening up. Yeah, yeah, I guess the best way of answering your question is really that I am, yeah, there are times where I feel very much inside and very much outside, but that's kind of okay, you know, and it's, and the other thing is about kind of, I think all of us have this in some way. You know, there's also in Antigua that you know, colorism as well. So it's like, you know, you're perceived in particular ways if you're light-skinned or you're not. And then you go to the UK and it's like, it doesn't matter. It's like you're black or you're not. So this idea of whether you're inside or outside, or you're in this, you're perceived in this way or that way. I think there's a strength there in terms of recognizing that a lot of this stuff is a fiction. That's what I learned at a young age, was like, actually, you're calling me this, or you're boxing me in as that. This is constructive, and it's constructed, and it's false, it's fake.
Wow, that's deep. Not bad. Wow. So building off what you're saying about the construct, which is what I feel like what you're pointing you to, the construct of like recognizing certain narratives as fictitious, racialization as fictitious, they affect, and they still have this deep grounded effect of it. Yeah. But that the construct of it is really, really rather silly. But it doesn't take away from the fact that it affects. I'm curious, now you got me, all right. So I'm curious, even in the preparation for your talk today, how do you feel like your current research and this body of work that you have, that you yourself are paving a path? How are you bringing your students, your colleagues, your daughter, how are you bringing us along with you? Mm-hmm. Because the work that you're speaking to is incredibly personal. And I think somebody brought it up early about it being lonely. Someone asked, are you lonely? And so I'm curious, because I believe as Black women, maybe I'm just speaking as myself, I feel like I walk in communes. I walk in Black women communes. I could see another Black woman and be like, hey, the nod. And I feel like in that process, we know each other and we have a sense of self. We share a history. And so I'm wondering for you, thinking about both your professional spaces as well as your personal spaces and family spaces, how do you feel like this work you're bringing us along with you? Mm-hmm. How is your work building new Black women communes?
Well, I don't know if because in some ways I do the work and it's for others to say how it helps. You know, I know that I took on a Black woman Ph.D. student recently, and you know, my work has been published in various kind of academic spaces, and it can be quite niche. But I've also published in the Guardian newspaper and BBC and that kind of thing. And then you get, usually there's a response there from readers, which is heartening. But yeah, when I took on this new Black woman PhD, and she knew my, like when someone kind of knows your work, and they're like, wow, yeah, you've thought about place and space, and you've thought about these things that really kind of touched me and that I wasn't able to articulate. And it's at that moment where I think, actually, it is doing something in the world. It is meaningful. and it does resonate with other Black women. And I think that your idea about kind of working as part of a commune, often I read other Black women writers, and I'm like, oh, they thought that thing, and that's the thing that I thought, and that's the thing that I felt, but now you're, articulating in this way, and I can learn from that, and I can build from that, and then someone else can, take these different ideas and build from that. So this idea about kind of developing a critical mass, and this not being necessarily an intellectual
right
space.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't necessarily just in universities. It's like, okay, we can think about these same questions of kind of knowing the self, or caring for the self, or caring for ourselves as women, or thinking about places and spaces. And that, I love leaving my city and going to London, to Streatham, which is just down the road, to Brixton, and getting my hair done. And not just for getting my hair done, but just for being in that space and listening to the conversations, and something about the communality that it's not a solitary process. It's worked out in conversation, formally in conferences like this, informally talking to friends, or in these different spaces that we develop as Black women.
Yeah, because I just think I'm, sort of calling back to your presentation about Alice Walker, and how she is talking about sort of the extension of, Virginia Woolf's, room of one's own. It's like, no, it's beyond that, and as Black women, we have to embrace that, and especially as Black women academics, we are at an academic conference, that we are more than just the papers that we write, that we have full lives. And we should not wait until we feel dejected and rejected in our programs to start to embrace the fact that we are enough, and that we need to carry the we are enough from very get-go, from the very beginning, and walk with our heads the way that ZORA talks about, and how to be color me at the end of that piece. So I was just really thinking about that.
Could I just say something on that? Sorry, because you mentioned Virginia Woolf, and this is something that I just find her work. So that question about kind of our own knowledge, our own kind of knowing and internal knowing. So when I was doing my Ph.D. and I read this essay from Virginia Woolf, A Room of One's Own, about why we don't have women writers. Historically, we have Shakespeare and all these men. Why are there no women writers? And I loved her writing. I absolutely adore her writing. But I was like, but where am I in this? Where am I? And it kept coming back to me. And there were lines which really resonated, like, well, we think back through our mothers. And I'm like, yeah, that's how I think. So there was so much I related to. But there was a little line in there that said, something about a woman moving through the world, and she passes a negress. And then the line just kind of disappears, and then she thinks about her own place in the world. And then when I read that, I'm like, oh, wow. So this is a text about woman, but I'm excluded from this conversation. Mm-hmm. You're having this conversation, but that woman, that Black woman who is not named, is just kind of there to make a point for you about women, and women, apparently that's not me, that's white privileged women. And so I talked to my PhD super, and I said, I just want to write about this. I find it really, it doesn't sit right with me. And I kept speaking to my supervisor and other people, and they were like, oh no, basically gaslighting me, as if like this isn't a thing. And I was like searching up, like looking into, Googling Virginia Woolf and race, nothing. Nothing. Oh. And I spoke to like Virginia Woolf, you know, experts. I'm like, and I started kind of writing a bit, you know, the odd conference, and people were like, I didn't notice that line was there. And I'm like, you know, I was told through, you know, in this academic space that I was kind of imagining it, or it wasn't, you know, it wasn't written. No one had written that, but it's that sense of kind of knowing, and well, that doesn't work with my experience. It doesn't work with the way that I know and understand the world, and I want to ask these questions. So, yeah, I thought that. So I've written about that, and that's part of my thinking about rooms and spaces did come out of that questioning of Virginia Woolf and the way in which, okay, this is said to be about women, and really that's about white women. What is my inheritance? What is our inheritance through our mothers, which, you know, Alice Walker obviously has written a bit about. Obviously, Alice's point about kind of, you know, gardens, different points of creativity, but that, you know, no one had really looked at that kind of line and explored that idea. Yeah.
So, you know, that's why I think it's important that we tell our stories, and why your work is so impactful, is because we need to embrace the way that we traverse area. We traverse geography, the way that we make spaces, the way that we attempt to cultivate place where we are. And that particularly as Black women, we need to be telling our own stories. Either that be through digital spaces, like, I don't know, TikTok, if that's what you make, if that's what you're into, or through poetry, or through song. That work is connected to a sense of compellingness. It's consistent with a sense of identity of who it is that we believe we are, how we live that through our lives, but that there are many ways for us to tell our stories that allow us to really embrace the commune and then expand that out and be thinking about how that expands out to create new, beautiful, rooted histories. It's not just up to Beyonce. That we tell our own stories too. And so I'm just really thinking about that. So thinking about that thought before I open up to questions is that I'm so curious. I didn't know you wrote theater monologues until earlier today when you told me that. So I'm curious as to how this work for you is maybe translating to theater spaces, particularly, you know, areas of maybe solo performance that can be a space for developing connection to audiences that is rooted, yes, in the personal, but is also about emotion and empathy and building that with audiences in the solo performance realm, as opposed to, you know, maybe with traditional play texts, traditional dramatic conventions that can also lend itself to telling stories and really perpetuating this on, because, you know, not many people know that ZORA writes plays, or wrote plays, and that she imagined herself as, she was a drama teacher for a while in many spaces, and that she wanted to take drama, but she couldn't get into the class. She couldn't get into the drama class, so she took anthropology. But imagine if she could have gotten into that class and what she would have done. So I'm curious, for your own practice and a person who writes monologues, where are you seeing your work move forward, perhaps in that field or in something else?
That's a really interesting question. So it's interesting in the academy, when the school where I work is renowned for creative writing. It's sort of considered world-leading University of East Anglia, so it has a particular reputation. And there's this idea that, you know, as a writer, you have a particular area. You know, you're a poet, or you're a non-fiction writer, or you're a fiction writer, or you write scripts. And interestingly, we're having this idea about place and space, but for me, it can feel quite confining. You know, it's like, okay, someone's decided that you can only do this one thing, and you know, you have to stay in your place. As a writer, I'm interested in so many different forms of writing. Theatre is just so exciting. I love voice, you know, I love the sound of language, I love vernacular, and so theatre and monologues is something that I love to explore. But I'm also interested in telling, you know, exploring Missy's story in a kind of speculative, or not, you know, but using non-fiction, or kind of creative non-fiction is the term. But I have this idea about a monologue, and I think that would work in terms of sharing this in Antigua and in different spaces. We were talking last night when we went out for something to eat about the power, and you spoke so evocatively about the power of theatre, the power of, you know, being in a room with others and experiencing something in a kind of communal way. So yeah, watch this space in the future. Definitely, that's something that I want to explore more of.
Good, that's wonderful. Okay, so
I think we won't be able to have a Q&A,
Oh,
but
I'm
we're
so
going to invite you
sorry.
afterward to continue chatting with Dr. Hynes. And I just want to thank you both, Dr. Hynes, for this amazing keynote. Thank you so much. And Dr. Cohen-Gibbs, great questions. Thank you. And if you enjoyed this panel and this day, please fill out the evaluation forms, because the Florida Humanities program counts on those, and that influences their funding next year. So if you have the forms, I think, Tion, did you get, yeah, we got a lot, okay, good. I don't remember what this says on the form. Do you know? Do you have a form in front of you? We do. I don't know. I think it's usually session by session. So the more specific you can be, the better. So, but we really appreciate that. And then I want to thank our gracious hosts, Councilwoman Randolph and the church. Thank you so much. And the tech team in the back, you've done a great job today. Thank you. And I don't know if you stepped out back, but our team, we have a support team out back that put together all the refreshments, and they are monitoring the chat, and they are just making things sure, and they've been working for weeks on this, seriously. All of the graphics and things that you see, they've been working on. And so Jesse and Katarina and Bella and Tion have joined us today as volunteers. And we hope we'll see you tomorrow. University of Florida City Lab program devoted a design studio to Eatonville, and their students came up with some really creative ideas, which they presented in Eatonville City Hall last month, and I've invited them to join us tomorrow. And my students in my digital and public history class did a lot of work on Hungerford School and Eatonville history. They will be here. I call it a poster session, but it'll be a they'll be presenting, you know, they'll be speaking and having slides. The UF students will have physical posters, but I think you'll enjoy it. So that starts at 10, runs to 12, and then the afternoon, as I mentioned, the Southern Poverty Law Center is having a really incredible land justice panel and reporting on an update on their work with the Association to Preserve the Eatonville Community. They were the ones who represented PEC in the lawsuit to try to get the land back, the Hungerford School land back. They're going to tell us where they're going next. And then an Eatonville Citizens panel closes out our 3-day session. So thank you all for coming today. Appreciate it. Hope to see you tomorrow.